All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. My name is Ola, coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. I'm on the road. I'm in a hotel room, so pardon me. I'm here. I'm live. The footage you're looking at on the screen is the unedited footage has been released by the prosecutors of the Diddy versus the state or the feds, more like the feds. Diddy versus the feds trial that's been ongoing. So as you're watching this, do me a favor, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications so you're notified when we go live. Share, subscribe, turn up your notifications while we go live. Let me see who is here. Baby, who is good evening to you, good afternoon to you. Welcome. All right, so please help me hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. All right, so let's just keep watching that. I have some updates to bring to you. I'm also going to be having my own commentary. This is my first time in a long time actually to touch on this kind of topics, so I'm going to bring you up to speed what's going on. This last week has been the trial, okay, and on Monday, I think the star witness is Cassie, ex-girlfriend, Puff Daddy. If you don't know who Puff Daddy is, let me first of all bring you up to speed. Well, first of all, he's facing life in prison now as we speak. Okay, so he's facing life in prison as we speak right now. So you're gonna see a lot of different things going on now. We covered this last year when he was first arrested about, I think about 8 months ago when he was arrested. Before that, there had been some drama. At first, Cassie, well, that won't be the first, but Cassie filed a lawsuit, and then within 24 hours, he settled. In the last week, she's confirmed that she got $20 million from that. Right, so she got $20 million from that. Also, in this last week, she also confirmed, I think she confirmed that she got $10 million. She settled with the hotel with this footage that we're looking at for another $10 million. So she's plus $30 million so far. But who is Puff Daddy? First of all, let me bring you up to speed, just in case you don't know who Puff Daddy, Diddy Love, who that person is. Let me bring you up to speed. His real name is Sean Combs. He's a 55-year-old man, and he was, up till last year, he was a record executive, mogul, producer. He's also a rapper here in America. It's a guy that was born in 1969, born in Harlem. I think he went to Howard University. He's a guy who is responsible for the now to be maybe defunct Bad Boy Records that was founded in 1993, and he's a guy who was responsible for Mary J. Blige, Usher, the late Notorious B.I.G., and many other people, even people like Justin Bieber probably in more recent years. Justin Bieber is now old. Justin Bieber in the last week also has denied any type of assault from Puff Daddy. But Puff Daddy is well known all around the world. As of last year, I think he was worth at least $1 billion, but maybe not now, But now he has to face this serious situation. He's a guy who was also born to a guy who was a former associate of a drug lord in Harlem. His father died a long time ago at the age of 33 years old. The mother, I think the mother has gone to court a few times to go support her son. So right now there's a lot going on. Obviously what's going on right now is the trial, and I just wanted to bring you up to speed with what's going on with the trial. The case in front of Diddy is a case of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, things like that. And again, the star witness thus far is Cassie, ex-girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, ex-girlfriend to Puff Daddy up to the year 2018. Okay, up to the year 2018, she was the girlfriend of Puff Daddy for about 10, 11, 12 years, something like that. She started dating him while she was at the age of 19. I think he must have been 40 at that time. Anyway, let me read this npr.org catch up for you. It says the federal trial against hip-hop tycoon Sean Combs is finally getting underway, some 8 months after he was arrested on criminal charges of racketeering and sex trafficking. Sean Combs, also known by a number of monikers including P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, and Puff, concurrently faces dozens of civil lawsuits from men and women who allege that he drugged and sexually assaulted them. As his trial proceeds in the Manhattan courtroom over the next several weeks, we'll be keeping you up to date as each stage of the trial unfolds. As of Tuesday, May 13, 2025, this last Tuesday, Cassandra Cassie Ventura Combs' ex-girlfriend took the stand as the star witness in the first full day of testimony. Ventura accused Combs of physically and emotionally abusing her for years and exerting, let me make sure. You guys still watching? Okay, so the footage you're looking at is the actual 15 minutes footage. Let me make sure that, so as I'm reading that, you can at least listen. Trigger alert if you see anything crazy. Trigger alert. As you're coming in, please do me a favor, hit the like button, share, subscribe, turn up your notifications. I'm here to hang out today. So, you guys didn't see me for days. Nobody asked after me. And not only that, now I'm doing a live show, and I said come inside and ordinary hit the like button. Hit the like. Can I get at least 4 likes? Thank you. I appreciate you for everything you've been doing. By the way, my name is Ola, coming to you live from my Empire Pro Studios. I'm here to hang out today, so please go and tell everybody else. Go and tell everybody else that I'm here hanging out, and I would like to get your take on this very popular case going on right now. So as I was saying, May 13, Cassandra Ventura, the star witness, took the stand. Most of her time, she said, was dominated by Combs' freak-offs, or FOs, drug-fueled multi-day marathon of sex with prostitutes, and he orchestrated and directed. All right, so there's going to be some more revelations I'll try to point out today. Now on Monday, that's just, on Monday, opening arguments begin. Monday, May 12th, opening arguments begin. Federal prosecutors are accusing Combs of racketeering, conspiracy. Something that somebody pointed out is that conspiracy is usually, there cannot be a conspiracy unless other people are involved. So why is he the only one that's charged? It's a good question. So he's been charged with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation. It says sex trafficking if you're transporting human beings across state lines, and there's coercion involved. There's obviously this type of things like physical violence, all this kind of activities. They probably can prove against you. Again, it's facing life in imprisonment. So sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. If he is convicted on all counts, the hip-hop mogul could face life in prison. Combs, who has been in federal custody in Brooklyn since his arrest in September 2024, has pleaded not guilty to all the charges. Some few weeks ago, I think he was being offered some plea deals, but he declined all of them, according to reports. All right. So again, remember that Puff Daddy is responsible for millions upon millions in records sold. A lot of people's careers. Okay. Mace, Deluxe, okay, Usher, Little Kim, TLC, Mariah Carey, Jodeci, SWV, right? Lots and lots of Craig Mark. I think Craig Mark was his first signed artist. So this is an American rapper, producer, music mogul. Just in case you don't know what we're talking about. Some of you are in the village, so you don't know. All right. So if we don't talk about Yul Edochie, you don't follow this case. There's lessons in this. Money is not the end of it all. We've talked about this before. This is another case. I hate to compare the two of them because the other one is not in court or anything. It's in court for civil lawsuits. I'm talking about the corner of Shay Club, the podcast, Shannon Sharp. All right. So when you have too much money and suddenly you think you have freedom, be careful with that freedom, because that freedom can destroy you absolutely. All right. So I'm bringing you up to speed. No worry. On May 5th, not May 5th, on May 5th, May 5th, 2025, like a week before the trial began or the hearings began in New York City. Jury selection begins at a Southern District of New York courtroom in Manhattan, presided over by Judge Aaron Subramanian. So they have jury from all over the place in New York City, regular people that are going to be determining the fate of the rest of the life of Puff P. Diddy. Potential jurors are questioned about their level of pre-existing knowledge about the case and about Combs, including their familiarity with and their opinions about a widely seen video first aired on CNN. You saw a small clip of this video that's on the screen right now on CNN months ago, remember? All right. So let's see here. First aired in which Combs physically assaulted his then girlfriend, the singer Cassie Ventura, in March 2016. Video of that incident is expected to be part of the government's case against Combs. I think they tried to get that video to not be a part of it in the past too. All right, let me see here. I see Antonia First Lady. Shout out to Antonia First Lady. She said, hello, thanks for sharing the lessons of this trendy video. There are so many Cassie out there. Everyone come out to let me beg them. They only depend on the algorithm, so they don't check in with me. They don't like that. That's not cool. That's not okay. That's not okay. If you have people, because I'm checking on my people, I'm checking in on the group. If you're in my backstage, I'm checking in on you. So it'll be nice. Anyway, but I'm here. I'm not complaining. I promise. I'm here today. Let's talk about this. I'm just gonna hang out and just pull up a few things here and there and talk about this case. Okay. Money is not everything. If you have a windfall, if you prematurely make a lot of money, or suddenly find yourself in the middle of a lot of power that you suddenly discover, be careful, because power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So you have to be careful. One of the downsides is that you're not necessarily capable of admitting that you are probably operating from a place of pride. No, it doesn't matter if you're a two-face, if you're a humble person. That person is always humble. The nicest person. It doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. You're not oftentimes you're not capable. Okay, you have to be super self-aware, intentional, self-check, self-regulating, which usually means other people helping you regulate, accountability partners, accountability groups of friends, close circle that will call you on your bullshit, that you can actually listen to, that you can trust, that they can probably see some blind spot that you can't see. You know what I mean? That's what you need to be paying attention to when it comes to this kind of things. All right. So with that being said, that was the 15 minutes clip right there of everything that happened. I'm just going to come to the screen. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let's talk about this Puff Daddy of a case, shall we? All right. Diddy's fall from grace, how it started and how it's going. Now, this will not be the first time that Diddy is facing issues. This is not the first time that he's facing serious serious issues with the law. If you recall, way back, right, once upon a time, remember that guy we call Shine? He was signed to Puff Daddy at one point. He took a fall for Puff Daddy. Okay, remember when Puff Daddy was dating? Remember when Puff Daddy was dating Jennifer Lopez? Remember that? Yes. Um. Yeah. So remember that. So he actually escaped a case at the time. So I'm gonna go through some of the timelines here, and then we're gonna take it from there. Horrible and disgusting. Cassie's graphic testimony of abuse leaves Sean Diddy Combs' fate hanging in balance. 1 second here. All right, so this is, I'm reading from LA Times. R&B artist Cassie Ventura was days away in March 2016 when her then boyfriend Sean Diddy Combs texted her asking what she was doing. She already felt trapped in a cycle of physical and sexual abuse by him. She told a New York federal jury this week, outlining 11 years of alleged beatings, sexual blackmail, and rape. She claimed Combs threatened to leak videos of her sexual encounters with numerous male sex workers while drug intoxicated and glistening with baby oil. Do you have oil? As he watched and orchestrated the events known as pre-cuffs. Still to come, hopefully I'll find them, some text messages between them, you know, many people have been claiming has revealed a lot about Cassie. A lot of people are starting to question Cassie in this last week because of some of the content of some of the text messages between the two of them. Many people are now leaning towards the direction of it was all consensual. All right. Let me continue this LA Times article. It says she claimed Combs threatened to leak videos of her sexual encounters with numerous male sex workers. One of the witnesses on Monday, I think the first witness was actually one of those male sex workers. All right. So encounters with numerous male sex workers while drug intoxicated and glistening with baby oil. And I quote, "If I pleased him with freak off, then my premiere would run smoothly," she said, according to reporting from inside the Manhattan courtroom from the Associated Press. Okay. Hold tight, hold tight. All right. Interesting. Interesting. All right, we'll come back to this. Okay, great. So what happened next could end up being the beginning of the end of Combs' public life. Video footage from that March 16 night shows, which I played that video footage, 15 minutes, unedited, right? Shows Combs punching and kicking Ventura as she cowers and tries to protect himself. In that video, you could see a security man there that was actually trying to keep him away from her, right? He also threw a vase at her in that hotel hallway to protect herself in front of an LA hotel elevator bank. He then drags her down the hall by her hooded sweatshirt toward the hotel room. The second angle from another camera captures Combs throwing a vase toward her. She suffered bruising to her eye, a fat lip, and a bruise that prosecutors showed was still visible during the movie premiere 2 days later. She donned sunglasses and heavy makeup on the red carpet. Ventura's testimony is at the center of the federal trial accusing Combs of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation of prostitution. Here are some of the sweeping allegations. It lured female victims. So the star witness is Cassie, But trust me, this is a federal case. A lot of people are doubting, and they're saying he might end up going scot-free. Is it possible? Yes. That's why there's a trial going on. Okay. If it was absolutely impossible, there wouldn't be a trial, right? So it is possible, but you and I can look at some of this information today and maybe come up with our opinion of a prediction of some sort. What do you think? Is it going to go scot-free? Is it going to jail? Is it going to get a fraction? What about the text messages that's almost implicating Cassie? Well, is Cassie the only person? Is this a case of Cassie against PDD? Let me remind you that this is a case of the feds, the federal government against Puff Daddy. That's what we're dealing with. So it's not, if it was Cassie against Diddy, then maybe we could say that. And you know, the federal government, the FBI, will not come after you unless they are 98% sure they're going to nail you for the rest of your life. But we'll see. We're here, we're watching it. So the federal indictment alleges that Combs and his associate lured female victims, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then allegedly used force, threats of force, coercion, and controlled substances to get women to engage in sex acts with male prostitutes, while he occasionally watched in gatherings that Combs referred to as freak-offs. Alright, so remember, he's a very powerful guy. He was much more powerful than Cassie and some of these other girls. I was just looking on my feed. I saw a girl that was on Tasha K's platform some 5 years ago, as far back as 5 years ago. The girl is the girl alleged that he made her get rid of a baby, you know. So Combs gave the women ketamine, ecstasy, GHB to keep them obedient and compliant during the performance. So in addition to the fact that he's a powerful guy, the allegations are he also gave them drug to control them. See, ultimately they're looking for unfair dynamics. So if you're dealing with a 19-year-old and you're dealing with somebody who is a subordinate, and it's now become a criminal case, those are the kind of things they're looking for. Okay. The freak-ups, the prosecutors say, sometimes lasted for days, were elaborated, produced sex performances that were elaborately produced sex performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often recorded according to the indictment. Let me see here. Take a look at something real quick. Okay, we're still good to go. Let me refresh. Okay. All right. The freak-offs, which prosecutors said sometimes lasted for days, were elaborate. Okay, already went through that. Prosecutors allege in a detention memo filed in court that the freak-offs occurred regularly from at least 2009 through 2023. 2009 would be when I think at that time there was a case. I think he was just set free from a case at that time. Oh, let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm looking at it. He said he pleaded not guilty to all his federal case 2020. Sean Combs in 2012. In 2012. Let me see here. No, there's something. Let me see. All right, let me look at this one. There you go. Yeah. Let me see here. Let's go back. All right, so yep, I found it. So in 19, I'm gonna go through this one later, but I'm just looking at 1999. According, okay, so that was 1999, not 2009. According to let me see, Combs allegedly held an unnamed victim captive for hours. Oh no. This okay. This one is gonna be useful later on. Later on, I'll come back to this one. I'll come back to it. Anyway, 2009, I was just trying to see if in 2000 he had something. He had stuff over the years. Anyway, regularly freak-offs happened between at least 2009 all the way through 2023. Obviously, 2024 has been picked up. And the hotel rooms, and that the hotel rooms where they were staged often sustained significant damage. All right. So you probably would just pay to have them fix it and let the whole thing go away. Combs' alleged criminal enterprise threatened and abused women and utilized members of his enterprise to engage in sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice, prosecutors said. Okay, so those are all the things against him. In bringing so-called RICO charges, prosecutors in opening statements said Combs was helped by a cadre of company employees. None of them have been named in the lawsuit. Security staff and aides. They allegedly helped organize the crime and freak-offs and then covered up the incidents. Thus far, Combs is the only one facing criminal charges related to the investigation. You know, something that just comes to mind for me is like, imagine you have a whole house, mansions across the nation, money, billions of dollars, access to billions of dollars, a lifestyle that most human beings in the history of mankind can only dream about. Like, as in, they will never come close to it, right? But you decide that you want to spend most of your days inside of a hotel room doing freak-offs, doing God knows what. Oh boy, I tell you, Okubedo, well done. How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Not too far. Babes, I check on you. Babes, if you're in my group, I check on you. You're inside the group. You're inside the backstage, so I check on you. So you can't do that. Stop it. Okay. So I'm still asking, how come no one checked on me? I'm still asking. And right now, it's looking like I'm not going to explain. Tired. Yeah.
We go explain because no evidence.
That's what it's looking like. I'm sorry. It is. It's okay. Maybe maybe I'm just a YouTuber to you. I understand too. I can understand it. But thank you for being here nonetheless. Thus far, Combs is the only one facing criminal charges. Combs' attorney this week said her client was far from perfect, but that the charges were overblown. All right, so there you have it. This is not a case of perfect people against imperfect people. So is it possible it can go scot-free? Yes. Many people would even say they thought OJ, remember that case? If you go read up on the OJ case from the 90s, nobody thought it was going to be set free, but he was. Anything is possible, even if it's a 2% chance. When they first bring a case against you, you only have a 2% chance of escaping it. That is still a 2% chance. So Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case, and I quote, all right, I quote, Combs' attorney defends the defense team, and I quote, Sean Combs is a complicated man. And some of you are like, complicated man, what do you mean? This is not just complicated, this is a criminal. All right, let's hear what he says. Sean Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. This case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. He says, some of you that are cheaters, this is just, you're no different from Bob Combs. A cheater, a trafficker, a criminal, it's the same thing. That's what they say. Combs' lawyer, Tenny Geragos, told jurors, there has been a tremendous amount of noise around this case over the past year. It is time to cancel that noise. Good luck. Anyway, this is how they met. Hal Ventura, Cassie, Cassandra, Ventura and Combs, how they met. Jurors heard that Ventura was 19 when she met the then 37-year-old Combs in 2005. And she signed a 10-year contract with his Bad Boy record labels. Okay, so that's when they met. That's not when they started dating. About 2 years later, he had Britney Spears come to her 21st birthday party. At that time, in 2005, Britney Spears was bigger than life. For her to come to your 21st birthday party, that is a big deal. At that time, Ventura and Combs kissed and their relationship began, she said. Whoa. At her 21st birthday. So what do you think about the idea of a 39-year-old man dating exclusively a 21-year-old woman? What do you think about that? You notice I said woman, I didn't say girl. She testified that the freak-offs became a way of life, and she even stepped away from her own birthday party for one. Interesting. She stepped away from her own birthday party for a freak-off. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. This is going to get more and more interesting. Excuse me. All right. Combs, she told jurors, required her to let a male sex worker urinate in her mouth. All right. Do I need to read that again? That's crazy. That man and others were paid thousands of dollars to have sex repeatedly for 36 to 48 hours, she told the jury. Okay, this is part of our testimony, okay? On the stand, Ventura identified 13 male sex workers through photos presented by prosecutors that she said Combs had her recruit. So Sean Combs, Puff Daddy, would instruct her to recruit these people for the freak-offs. Her and Combs' relationship would end on a day in 2018 when she met him for dinner and he gripped her on her living room floor, she testified. I think they still got back together after that, but we'll get to that part. All right. So now in terms of all the violence that happened over the years, let me keep, I have to keep my eye on the chat now because I have my people in here. Not to say I swear I want to drop a message yesterday, but my thoughts you got roped up with work. Okay, not if you say so, but thank you. I said the whole week no live from MOP. Hope he's okay. MOP, I don't miss you. Look at D. Welcome. Thank you. Welcome, Eshi. Thank you very much for coming. Good to see you though. All right, so help me hit the like button. Just help me hit the like button. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. We're just catching up on all this Diddy story, and we'll just be having my commentary. I'm also catching up as well. So I'd rather do with my Prestige family, of course. As far as the violence, during 4 days of testimony, Ventura, who is 8.5 months pregnant, she is heavily pregnant, described being raped, beaten at least 6 times, most severely in 2009. So what you saw in that video at the beginning was nothing compared to what she's saying happened in the 2009 attack. She testified that Combs was stomping on her face after he discovered she was dating rapper Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi, whose real name is Scott Miss Cudi, had his car touched a short time afterward. There was also, if you remember, there was this part of the story we might hear later on where he threatened to blow up his car. I don't know. I think the car might have actually blown up at some point. So I'll see if I get to that part later on. All right. So at one point he was suspicious. You know, insecure people. You know, insecurity. You cannot fix insecurity with money. Not directly. Maybe you can use it by a therapy session. But money by itself, just because you have money, it's not going to suddenly erase. It's probably not going to erase your insecurities. And here's the most dangerous thing. One of the most dangerous things about insecurity is this: oftentimes you're not capable of admitting that you have insecurities. See, I tell it here on this show all the time. I tell people, I say, hey, I have insecurities in certain aspects of my life. Everybody have insecurities in one place, one shape, form, or the other. So in some area of your life, at some moment you've experienced insecurity. You don't feel secured in your capabilities, in your ability to execute a task, and sometimes it's at an emotional level. Maybe you're not capable at how influential, you're not sure, you don't feel secured enough in your ability to influence a positive change, a positive impact, a positive outcome. It might be negative, but positive desire, something that you don't feel secure in it. There's at some point, some area of your life, you have to be willing to say, yes, I've been there. But let me tell you something about coconut head. Oftentimes, people are not capable of saying, you know what? Let me talk in my pride. Sometimes I am not enough. At the very minimum, sometimes I don't feel enough. As a matter of fact, overall, in this lifetime, you're going to need other people. You're going to need other network of people. As a matter of fact, there's no such thing as God outside of God using people to impact your life. There's no such thing. If you are saying that all you need is God, you don't need people, you're a liar, first of all. Okay? And worst part is that that's accompanied by ignorance. Maybe the worst part is actually the pride, because now you won't be able to listen. But anyway, so that's Kid Cudi you're looking at on the screen. So at one point, he suspected they were dating, or she was dating Kid Cudi, actually, as a matter of fact. I think eventually she said she was on a break, but who's to tell what's a break for P. Diddy and Cassie in the middle of this very chaotic relationship? What's a break exactly? Is it when you declare that there's a break, or when you agree that there's a break, or where there was a fight and you had decided for 124 hours that you're no longer going back, but then somehow you find yourself going back because of low self-esteem, low sense of security, self-security, insecurity. Anyway, now let's get back to the legal stuff, legal analysis. Again, I'm reading a little bit from LA Times, NPR, Associated Press, CBS. I'm just trying to catch up with you guys, okay? Legal experts say the testimony is designed to build the federal case against Combs, even if on the surface it does not appear directly related to the charges he's facing. Now, let me see if I can find this particular video that I shared with backstage the other day. I think I shared it, right? Yeah, let me see here. Where is this video? Let's hope I can find it. I hope I can find it. All right, let's keep going here. Come on. You know, hotel connections is problems. So, pardon me, guys. Hang in there with me. let's just listen to this video. Let's listen to this video. Let's see.
This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I am glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me and for my growing family. This week has been extremely challenging, but also remarkably empowering and healing for me. I hope that my testimony has given strength and a voice to other survivors and can help others who have suffered to speak up and also heal from abuse and fear. For me, the more I heal, the more I can remember. And the more I can remember, the more I will never forget. I want to thank my family and my advocates for their unwavering support, and I'm grateful for all the kindness and encouragement that I have received. I'm glad to put this chapter of my life to rest. As I turn to focus on the conclusion of my pregnancy, I ask for privacy for me and for my growing family.
All right, welcome back. That's Cassie's statement after all the testimonials. So I think they concluded our testimonies, but let's get back into the analysis. All right. So legal expert, why is somebody said, and I quote, why is the government talking about rape and assault when the charges are RICO and sex trafficking? Said former federal prosecutor Nirma Ramani. Well, he said, and I quote, what separates sex trafficking from consensual sex between adults, which the defense is arguing, is force, fraud, and coercion. Now, force. How do you define force exactly, right? What is force? Many people are probably going to think it has to be physical. No, it doesn't have to be physical. Again, power dynamics can be, in fact, deemed force. Okay? If somebody is effectively in the position where because of other aspects of their life, maybe their livelihood, their income, they have to decide to do things in your favor, and if they can prove that you're fully aware of this dynamic, that can be deemed force. Okay, then of course coercion, and then they're now saying fraud, they're gonna have to prove the case of fraud. So for example, buying off a whole hotel and having them conceal evidence of surveillance, of videos of you committing actual crime, which is, because for me personally, that video that I saw, I don't know how you could possibly justify that. That video for me is not just a civil case, that is criminal behavior. Because if you could do that to one human being, you're not safe to yourself and other human beings. That's the way I see it personally. So if you're not safe in society, if people can feel safe around you because of your actions, probably those actions are criminal in nature. Probably because the job of the government and the feds is to protect people and properties. Then they can take on that duty to protect the rest of us from you, because you don't know how to keep your hands to yourself. So some people say, but it's civil like that. No, it is not civil. It's not your words against mine. There's actual evidence of criminal behavior. And I quote Ventura's testimony that she was given drugs to the point of throwing up and forced to have sex when she was menstruating and had a UTI is evidence of coercion. Okay, UTI. Again, now physical harm to her, right? Because of all this behavior, right? Forced to have sex, during menstruation. Now, remember, this is a former federal prosecutor talking, Ramani. Ramani said that Ventura's portrayal of Combs as a gun brandishing mogul, right? There are moments where he was just storm out of the house because he's about to go attack Suge Knight at some corner store somewhere. All that can make people feel unsafe or feel like they can't leave you because you might come looking for them with a gun or with their livelihood, right? All right, hit the like button, hit the like button. Thank you. Help me tap on that like button. Appreciate you. Then there were the alleged threats. She recounted that during the commercial flight in 2013, Combs pulled out his laptop and began playing a freak-off recording as they sat together. She said Combs told her that he was going to embarrass her and release them. And I quote, this is Cassie talking, "I feared for my career. I feared for my family. It's just embarrassing. It's horrible and disgusting. No one should do that to anyone," Ventura said. Shame and loss of dignity. Shame and loss of dignity. Shame and loss of dignity. Honestly, can I be vulnerable with you guys? It's something I can relate with. I'm smiling because I can only imagine for a young woman, you know, if I can think about what it feels like as a man to feel a sense of shame and loss of dignity, I can only imagine what that will feel like if you're dealing with a life-threatening situation. Mine is not a life-threatening situation, and yet I can feel the magnitude right now as I'm talking right now. I can feel the magnitude of that feeling. You know? Let me read that again to you. I fear for my career. I feared for my family. It's just embarrassing. So in a sense, it's just an embarrassment there, right? It's horrible. It's disgusting. No one should do that to anyone. All right. So as you know, the authorities, they went through Sean P. Diddy's Combs' house back just before they arrested him, right? You remember that? Just before they arrested him. And basically ransacked his home when they found all those baby oil all over the place, right? Yeah. So they were investigating the sex trafficking thing. So they probably found some videos. As you know, they're going to be pulling out those videos as we're going through this case, you know. So just be on the lookout for a lot more. That was just the first week. D say, MOP, hope you have been good. I'm good. I'm well. Thank you for asking. True, it does not have to be physical violence, force. Threats of violence are often legally recognized as a form of constructive force. Thank you for that. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Thank you. Not to say, you know, we love you. I know. Thank you for being here. All right, let's keep going. Ramani, the former federal prosecutor, said the racketeering charge against Combs requires prosecutors to prove the existence of a criminal enterprise. Okay, enterprise. Think enterprise. This is going to be a case like no other that's in history. Just to know that right now. Okay, this is already having all kind of curve turns that is not like you've ever seen anywhere before. So this is going to be a case that will go down in history, whatever the outcome is. So I think everybody should pay attention, because oftentimes, you're thinking enterprise, but again, what becomes enterprise is people. Okay, it's people interaction, it's people with bad behavior, it's people with bad traumatic experiences in the past that was never treated, that end up hurting other people, because hurt people, right? When you have these situations, it can blow up in your face. You might even, God forbid, you might have a child become a superstar in the future, and at the age of 55, they become this kind of story. God forbid, bad thing, right? So about 10 years ago, Sean P. Diddy Combs' single mother would have thought, single mother by circumstances, because she lost her husband a long time ago, right? I don't know if actually they were married, but anyway, she lost the father of this child, right? So he had no father figure. Would have thought like, wow, her life has changed. Millions of dollars, multi-million-dollar homes all around the world, flying on yachts, on private jets, everywhere, anywhere she wants to go. Our own home paid for, grandchildren. But then she probably didn't pay attention to start to notice that this guy is not settling down. He's living in hotels. In spite of all the houses, he's living in hotels all around the world, right? And he's selling this thing called lifestyle, and he has women around him for days. Now, there are some people on the internet trying to blame all the women around him. They don't use the word blame, but their action is essentially that. And unfortunately, this kind of situation, he's going to be held accountable. As you can see, they're not naming anybody else yet. Do you think there are women in that enterprise, men in that enterprise, that helped him destroy his own life, his own reputation, his own legacy for the rest of his life, and lives of potentially his children? Of course. But guess who's going to be held accountable? Him. Maybe a couple of other people that haven't been named yet. We don't know, but we'll see. But I doubt it. I think the case is the case. It's just him. But he was running an enterprise. What that means is that he was bigger than life himself. He is an enterprise all by himself. That's how big Puff Daddy was. But that's not fair. It's just one man. That's not fair. I know. You're going to have to do that shalaye in the courts. I'm sorry.
We go explain because no evidence.
Yep, you're going to have to go and do that shalaye inside of the court system. A second says, Natu, we love you, MOP. Don't play Nvidian's voice. I won't play. Let's see. The former federal prosecutors, okay. People typically think, okay. So now, Ramani said the racketeering charge against Combs requires prosecutors to prove the existence of a criminal enterprise. And I quote, people typically think of the mob, street gangs, or drug cartels, but any loose association of two or more people is enough. Like Combs' entourage, the former federal prosecutor said they must show two or more predicate acts over 10 years. That is why the evidence of bribery, kidnapping, obstruction, bribery, that's easy with the concealed tapes, surveillance tapes from the hotels. That one is easy. Kidnapping, I mean, the fact that somebody was trying to leave a hotel room and you went and hit them in the head to the floor and dragged them back against their own will. Yeah, that doesn't look good, right? Obstruction, does that sound like obstruction? Witness tampering, the tape, can we go back to the surveillance tape, right? Prostitution, what about all the sex workers, male sex workers, many of them, up to 36 of them, that were having sex with this girl, right? Now, he did something from what we've seen so far. He would allegedly order her to make the orders. She will be the one calling these male sex workers. In fact, the first testimony she gave, I think she said PDD was covered, so you couldn't recognize. Okay, the guy was giving the testimony. The sex worker, the one that was on the stand on Monday, was saying that he could hear the voice of Puff Daddy. It was covered up, but his identity maybe visually was covered up, but you could hear the voice, and it was Cassie, and he testified, and they had sex, and just one amongst many, right? And remember, they showed her 36 different pictures of sex workers that she identified all of them. Okay, now you might think you can cover again. The more reckless you are, which is increasingly possible when you have so much money and power, the more reckless you are, the more you're going to think, maybe not even think, maybe you're at some point already thinking that you might get in trouble, but something will keep telling you, but you've always been good. You can always buy your way out of it, right? If you have a lot of money and a lot of power, influence, if you can invite a Britney Spears to call at the age of 21 to come to your 21-year-old girlfriend's birthday party. Yeah. So anyway, Ramani said, that is why the evidence of bribery, kidnapping, obstruction of witness, tampering, and possession is important, he said. Now, let's get down to, there was an LAPD officer testimony. I think that was on Monday. I don't know. I think it was on Monday. I think Cassie started her testimony on Tuesday. The guy's name is Israel Flores, a hotel security guard who confronted Combs in 2016. I think it was the guy that we saw in the video. This guy right here. Let me see if I can trace him up. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it might be him. There you go. So if you look at this video, right? This guy is coming out of elevator. This guy that just came out of the elevator, right? Let me rewind that. This guy right here. So she called. She made her way to the phone, called, and then this guy that came out of the elevator, right? I think he's presently an LAPD officer, but he was security at the time or something like that. So if you look at this video, you could see PDD sitting. If you look in the mirror, all the way in the mirror, there's a mirror there, right? You can see PDD sitting down from that same spot where he threw the vase, right? So this guy, the security guy came. There's a surveillance. You could see the security guard is saying some things to him like, are you okay? Are you serious? You do stuff? You trying to drive? Whatever is going on. They haven't, by this time, probably they haven't really reviewed. They probably haven't reviewed the date here is 2016. At around 11 a.m. it looks like. I'm looking at the timestamp on the video. Yeah, so that guy. That guy. Okay, so let me let that video play while we're covering it. Hit the like button, share, subscribe. We're going through the DIDDY'S trial, his fall from grace. All right, so Israel Flores, a hotel security guard who confronted Combs in 2016, now a Los Angeles police officer, testified Combs flashed a bundle of cash at him. Bribery, we're talking about bribery now. Something he believed was an attempted bribe. He rejected it, he said. Combs' defense is seeking to paint Ventura as participating in the behavior. A lot of people are already buying into it on the and I understand, because a lot of people lack critical thinking, so they're just looking at surface level things like, well, she sent a text that I can't wait for the next freak off. So that's what some people are looking at there. Now they're saying, well, she participated. Well, not that simple. If it was that simple, right, we wouldn't be going through a Fed case trial. So not that simple. But when we get there, I will try to see if I can explain a little bit more. All right, so they're trying to paint Ventura, Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, as participating in the behavior, recruiting because she would call and pay for the sex partners, acquiring narcotics, and texting to push for freak-offs that were part of a swingers lifestyle. She is one of the 4 alleged victims in the case, with jurors expected. I told you, so there's one. She's only one of 4. She's a star witness because of, obviously, she spent probably the most significant amount of time with him, right? All right. Now, jurors are expected to hear from at least 3 of three of the four victims. Okay. Remember, this is a government against PDD. That's how you have to think of it. So you have the forces of a whole government, probably one of the greatest governments in the world, against, if we use the defense of Diddy, one person. What are the chances here? I don't know. Let's see. Because again, remember, United States government, 98% success rate. So I don't know. What do you think? On Thursday, defense attorney Annie Estevao. So what they did is that they brought a woman, very strategic, I might add. They have a woman leading Puff Daddy's defense team. Okay. In agreement with many experts' opinions that I've seen, I do think that's a very smart move to have a woman defending him. What do you mean smart, Ola? Somebody just interpreted what I just said as I support it. No, I think it's a smart move. Remember, there's an actual real case going on. So the goal is for each side want to win. Okay, it's not about your feelings. They want to beat each other. That's the bottom line. So, and this is just how it works when you have a very powerful guy against the most powerful government in the world. This is what it looks like. You have to remove your emotions and be able to assess the situation as objective as possible, right? So her name is Anne Estevao. I've been struggling to pronounce this since yesterday. Estevao. Okay, Estevao. Okay, Estevao. Let's call it Estevao. Anne Estevao. Okay. Defense attorney Anne Estevao had Ventura read a series of loving texts to Combs and got Ventura to testify she'd watched Combs have sex with another woman on multiple occasions. Remember, the government is trying to prove that Sean P. Diddy Combs is dangerous to other human beings and properties. Their job is to protect their citizens and properties, right? And the defense goal is to prove that Cassie is just as bad, if not even worse. Maybe Cassie is from the marine waters, somebody who has been invited here from the marine waters to come and pull out black men. You know, that whole spiel right there. Hey. You know, when we try to put down a man of God in Nigeria and you say, you are from the marine water, why did you open your legs like that in front of the pulpit? You knew exactly what you were doing. Just think of exactly something like that, you know. So the job of P. Diddy's defense, the team is led by a woman. Part of the strategy is for the team to be led by a woman so that all your gender stuff can just disappear. Hopefully you can think outside of your gender warrior mind, right? That's the whole point. So it's the woman is leading the defense now. All right, so she's now made another woman read text message where she's admitting, you know, that she had watched Combs have sex with other women. So 2, according to her now, 2 to get 2 as cut out 2 is equal, right? Now, to support the swingers' defense, can you imagine? The lawyer produced a 2009 text where the singer declared, I'm always ready to freak off. This is Cassie sending this. Okay. I am always ready. According to, she's always ready for freak off. Okay. D said it's a smart, calculated move, likely intended to influence public perception. It's working already for some people, by the way, and play psychological tricks on the jury. But I doubt they'll be swayed. Yeah, the jury, you know, those are the people right there. Those are the people that have to decide. That's a good point. Thank you for pointing out the jury, because I'll be forgetting these things. Yes. Anyway. Cassie said, I'm always ready to freak off. Okay. Ventura Cassie, who sued Combs in the fall of 2023, accusing him of years of physical and sexual abuse, triggering a cascade of lawsuits and allegations by others who say they are victims of Combs, including a man. I forgot his name now. It will come up later. Actually, multiple men. There was a video I was watching yesterday where a guy was claiming that he was also assaulted by P. Diddy. One of the guys who was hired to have sex with Cassie. Anyway, Cassie acknowledged Wednesday that she got a $20 million settlement within days of filing her lawsuit. All right, now, Combs' attorney pushes back. During opening statements in Manhattan Federal Courtroom, Geragos, one of Combs' defense attorneys, drew a distinction for jurors between the violence they would hear testimony about and the charges Combs was facing, saying domestic violence is not sex trafficking. All right, so now the defense say domestic violence, maybe we can admit to domestic violence because obviously that's the video that we couldn't get away from, but that's not the same thing as sex trafficking. Is that what he said? That's not the same thing because the charges are sex trafficking. That's what they're trying to beat. So now at this point you should be happy, at least they admit to that, but clearly you're not happy. Anyway, she said the video of Cassie Ventura's assault in the hotel was indefensible, but that the singer made a choice to stay with Combs for 11 years. After the attack, a friend called police to Ventura's home. She testified, but when officers arrived, she did not identify Combs as the culprit. Wait, after the attack, a friend called police to Cassie Ventura's home. She testified, but when officers arrived, she did not identify Combs as the culprit. All right, good. So that should be enough for the jury to say, hey, you admitted it, right? Guess why that's not enough? Because number one, that's not reality. Okay, that's not reality. That's not enough. Just because I say, yes, you can give me water to drink, doesn't mean that I really want to drink the water. What do you mean, hey, Ola? No, listen to me. Just because I said, yes, it's okay to give me the water, doesn't mean I really want the water. What does it mean then? See, jump question. Is that... Anyway, the prosecutor asked her why she did not talk. And Cassie answers, in that moment, I didn't want to hurt him that way. I wasn't ready, she replied. You know that moment where I really want to say no, but I don't want to hurt your feelings. Why wouldn't you want to hurt my feelings? Maybe because we're in a relationship of some sort. Maybe because you're my sibling. Maybe because I know how you react when your feelings are hurt. Maybe I know how you throw tantrums when your butt hurt. Maybe I'm just not in the mood to deal with that today. Maybe another day. Maybe I'm just hoping I can leave to smile another day. Well, maybe it's just complicated. How about that? Maybe the human brain is complicated. I know you always try to bring it down to black and white. Well, that's good for you. Guess what? You have to deal with other human beings. This life is not black and white. It's just not. So if you find yourself in a situation of crisis, conflict, where they're like, no, it is not black and white. I don't know, it is black and white. You see, guess what? You now have a problem like the rest of us. Bingo. So, yeah, it's not going to be as simple as I'm a black and white person. Even in courts, yes. It's not going to be as simple as I'm a blunt person. I just tell it as it is. Even in court, no. You know why? That's why they have a jury of 11 people to make a decision. That's why they didn't make the judge the sole person to decide your fate. See how fair it is? It's off. I keep telling you, it is already fair. If you are thinking with a short-sighted vision, you might think life is unfair. Yes. But I get you. I understand where you're coming from. But you're a liar. And it's real is that there's all types of gray area. Everything in life has spectrums, multi-dimensional, and yes, life is hard, it's difficult. So even though you were a victim when you were 9 years old and now you're 55, you can end up going to jail for the rest of your life if you don't find healing as soon as humanly possible. It gets worse the more money you make without finding healing. The more successful you become without finding the necessary healing, it gets worse. Okay? So make your own money is not enough. It can be the first step. It can be the short-term solution to get yourself to a stable place, to some kind of stability, so you can get back to healing as soon as possible. Because if not, you will just self-destruct like Diddy. While we're not talking about Cassie, trust me, Cassie has her own story. It will probably come out at some point. Trust me, she didn't just end up in the hands of a Diddy. She's an easy target for a Diddy. That is also something up for conversation at the right time. Right now, we're just going as the information is being revealed to us. Feel me? Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So she did not identify him when the police was called to her apartment, right? So on Thursday, the defense cross-examining Cassie Ventura sought to change the narrative using dozens of text messages between Combs, Sean P. Diddy Combs, and Cassie Ventura. In a July 2013 text message exchange, Combs' defense lawyers noted that Cassie raised the idea of having a freak-off, writing to Combs, "Wish we could have freak-off before you left." This is Cassie talking. So imagine, you know, you're a good person and you raise your daughter well. Can you imagine your daughter sending a text message to a Diddy saying, "Wish we could have freaked off before you left"? Probably not. Unless you've raised them in some kind of toxic environment. Unless you have a wayward child, sometimes that happens. So there's no absolutes, right? Because even if that's the case, if you just happen to have a wayward child, there's a way to parent those type of children too. Don't tell yourself, "It is just God." No, you're lying to yourself. There's also skills regardless of what the situation is. Okay? There are things you can learn to mitigate the risk of the situation you find yourself in, or the issues, if there are already issues. Let's see. Okay, so using the text message exchanges, the defense lawyer highlighted Ventura's admitted jealousy over the attention he gave other women. And I quote, here's a text message from Cassie: "You're making me look like a side piece, and that is not what I thought I was," Cassie told Combs in a 2013 text message. Estavo, the lead defense lady, tried to recast the hotel incident as the result of the two taking a bad batch of the psychedelic stimulant MDMA during the freak-off before the hotel beating. So it wasn't drugs. It wasn't drugs. It was just the bad batch of the, whatever. Let me see if I understand that very well. Let's keep going. During her testimony this week, Ventura testified that Combs allegedly overdosed on opioids while partying in the Playboy Mansion in 2012. So she testified that Sean Combs overdosed on opioids at the Playboy. Okay, while she wasn't there, she said he told her about it. Okay, yeah, he was addicted to drugs, right? All right, so now they're saying the testimony ended on Friday. So that's a quick recap of what's going on. You know, they try to pull out all kind of testimonies. They're trying to change the narrative, rightfully so, because they have a case to win, right? So they're trying to pull off all their different stunts to try and win the case. But it is what it is. But let's get back to some of Puff Daddy's history when it comes to facing the law. This guy has been facing law. You know, all of you thought it was VDM, just VDM. You know, great people like VDM. So I said, "What do you mean great?" Wait now. As far as a Time Magazine Person of the Year type of great, it doesn't mean they are perfect human beings that will make heaven. It just means they have a brand that is bigger than life, and you have to be able to acknowledge that it is what it is. So obviously, PDD, VDM, Fela Nikolakbo, Tinubu, and Donald Trump, this kind of people, they're not perfect people. As a matter of fact, most of the times you and I will probably disagree with them. Nonetheless, these are great personas that at the very minimum, you want to look at what they're doing, so at least to know what not to do, right? So at least you know what kind of behavior not to participate in. Sure, makes sense. Does it make sense? All right, so Puff Daddy and Cassie, they clearly have a history there, but there's so much more. Now, I want to go through a timeline history of. I'm going to go through this NPR article, a timeline history of different allegations against Sean P. Diddy Combs. Because again, this type of people, they tend to attract lawsuits. They tend to attract problems. They are easy target, right? For just think of a corporation, right? You have a whole big corporation. They have a legal department that handle litigations. Think of Walmart. Think of Tesco. That's what they call it in the UK, right? Think of ShopRite. Think of big companies like Dangote groups, right? They have permanent lawyers who work for them to handle litigations because they are enterprise and they're powerful and they are easy target, right? So let's see. Black Diamond, Hannah, how you doing? Good to see you. All right, so this timeline, I want to go through this timeline right here, so you can see that this guy has a history that goes as far back as the 90s, probably early 90s. Okay. According to this report, it says since November 2023, Sean Diddy Combs, the hip-hop billionaire who played a major role in commercializing rap, has become the subject of several civil suits accusing him of sexual misconduct, including rape and assault. Many are the afflictions of the what? No, these ones are not. I think it says righteous. These ones are not righteous. Trust me. Yeah, I wouldn't call this ones righteous, but you know what I mean. Great are the afflictions of some of our greats. You feel me? Anyway, I'm going to drop the link. If you want to join the conversation, feel free to come up. All right, so let's go through that timeline real quick. Following these allegations, Combs faces federal charges for racketeering, conspiracy, and prostitution. That trial is now underway. For many years, Combs represented affluence. That means money. He got the money. As he turned his stake in the Bad Boy Entertainment record label, he founded into an empire that extended to fashion. Remember Sean John? Remember that? Yeah, big deal, big deal, right? That extended into fashion, media. Yeah. What's the name of his media company? No, the TV station. What's the name? I forgot now. But he has like this whole TV station thing. He started at one point. Liquor. Right, liquor. Anytime you saw Ciroc anywhere, Ciroc campaigns everywhere, all the way down to Nigeria, right? Celebrities. That was all PDD. I thought he actually owned Ciroc at the time, but he was just a power brand behind it, right? A big deal. Damn near ownership, right? And beyond, of course, this is what he would say: whatever I want, I have to get, he yelled in a clip from his 2017 documentary, Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Look at this clip. Check out this clip from way back. You remember this clip? This was Puff Daddy.
The weekend.
Can't stop, won't stop. Now, you remember this. If you're not going to cap like the rest of them, okay? If you're not going to cap like the rest of them, if you were paying attention to the PDDs, the hip hop at that time, that was inspiring at the time. In hindsight, oh yeah, he was just a savage. He was vicious. He was violent. That's what you're saying now, right? But let's not cap. At that time, for the most part, it was an inspirational thing, right? Because of the context that we had at the time. The context was that this bigger than life mogul success lifestyle, right, That was the context that most people had at the time. At least that was what was being highlighted. There was a reason why this was a TV show, a documentary on the TV somewhere. It wasn't because of a criminal case at the time. Now it is. I'm highlighting it because there's a criminal case. Babeswin says very arrogant and proud. At that time, it was called confidence. It was called inspiration. At our time, it was entrepreneurship. You could get whatever you want. That's what it was at the time. But now, what does that tell you? No condition is permanent. One, that's one thing that comes to my mind. Number two, just pray that you don't come back. How do you say that in English? Just pray that you don't run in PSSC. How do you say that in English? I don't know. I'm saying it in Yoruba now. Just pray that, just pray every morning before you leave your house for wisdom. Okay? Pray for wisdom to know when to exercise humility, to know when not to. Because he said something in that video. He said something in that video. He said, I'm not going to stay down. You know those moments when you're down and you're down. Maybe a deal was about to go through, but then it fell through. But then, you're just very sad and depressed. Remember what I said earlier on? A sense of loss of dignity, shame. Because people that used to look up to you, now they have to look at you a certain way. That level of shame. The same level of shame that Cassie Pabi is feeling for not being able to come out, right? What am I doing here? Am I justifying? Of course not. I'm just telling you that all of us are reflected in this. All of us. In one way, shape, form, or the other. We're all reflected in this. But that's what we're dealing with. That's what we're dealing with. Let's keep going. What is this? What did it? Let me quit that one. Let's quit this one. Close this. I got so many windows open. Anyway. Where's my timeline? Okay, I think we're back there. There we go. No. Okay, yeah. So, what was initially seen as a fodder for the grind set from the ultimate hustler mogul, that's what it was seen as. The ultimate hustler now feels more like evidence of an aggressive, domineering disposition, one in line with the vicious person depicted in the filings. A timeline of these events dating back 30 years. We're going to go back 30 years of certain behaviors. So there's no one event that determines a trend. You can't call one event a trend. You have to see at least 2 or 3. The Bible says, "Let no your major be metal like my video titomule." I don't know how to say that in English. Okay, 2 or 3 things will become the evidence or something, and it'll be 2 or 3 witnesses is how you establish truth or something like that. It's in the scripture. Uncle Patrick will help me if he's behind the scenes to watch this later. Anyway, so there's a lot of events. It's been 30 years of events. So we can probably rightfully say that this is arrogance and pride and domineering behavior and just a person, or maybe a person that lost their way at some point. But let's look at 30 years of events to juxtapose what this old criminal case going on right now. So it says a timeline of these events dating back 30 years, milestones from Combs' careers displays not only a chilling history of an alleged violent behavior, but the way power and celebrity have shielded him. A lot of people in the industry have also been silenced by him because he was that guy that can say, sign him, get the deal done, and it will get done. Let's go back to 1972 to 1975. I know, right? When was he born? He was born around that same time. According to a February 2025 filing under Gender Motivated Violence Act, Combs allegedly molested, raped, and trafficked plaintiff. Somebody with a Yoruba name, I don't know if they're a Yoruba person, Yinka Adesina, from 1972 to 1975. While Adesina was being babysat by Combs' mother. Jesus Christ. When was he born? What am I looking at? I have not seen this before. Let me read this to you again. I'm reading this from a place, wusf.org, 1972 to 1975. According to a February 2025 filing under the Gender Motivated Violence Act, Combs, that's Sean Combs, allegedly molested, raped, and trafficked plaintiff. That does not make any sense. How old was he at the time? Yinka Adesina from 1972 to 1975, while Adesina was being babysat. That means a baby at the time, by Janice Combs. The lawsuit alleges that on multiple occasions in Combs' mother's apartment and Adesina's family apartment in New York, Combs would put his mouth on Adesina's vagina as if to drink from it, inserting his fingers into her vagina, trigger alert, and probe his penis into her vagina, forcing her to have sex. How old was Adesina at the time? Combs must have been 1969, 4 years old to less than 10 years old. All right, let me keep reading, okay? Let me show this on my screen so you can see. I'm literally reading this from somewhere, okay? There you have it. The suit also alleges that Combs, okay, wait 1 second. The suit also alleges that Combs would invite his friends over to watch him have sex with Adesina. On one occasion, one of Combs' friends inserted a cylindrical pipe into her VJ, into which he poured alcohol. Combs would then drink the alcohol out of her vagina. In the suit, the plaintiff claims that the mogul has been lying about his age. This is wild. I'm just reading, I don't know. This is wild. Claiming he was born in 1969, but he's at least 12 years older. They're saying Pop Daddy is at least 12 years older. I don't believe that. He looks exactly his age. She claims that Combs was an adult to her at the time of this assault and is suing for $80 million in damages for years of pain and distress. Okay, all right. So remember when they said, it attracted a slew of different allegations and stuff like that. I'll take that with a pinch of salt. I'll keep it going. Let's now jump all the way to 1990. 1990, Combs starts his music industry career as an intern at Uptime Records, working under executive Andre Harrell. 1990-91, according to November 2023 lawsuit, Combs and the R&B singer Aaron Hall. Is Aaron Hall? I think I might have seen the news that. I hope it. Did he pass away? Aaron Hall? No, he's still alive. Jesus. Aaron Hall is still alive. He's 60 years old now. He's a notorious R&B singer from way back then. Okay, yes, Aaron Hall is still alive. All right, thank God. Anyway, so he was an R&B singer from the era of when they were all younger, like R. Kelly-ish, all that era. See how I mentioned R. Kelly name there, right? So according to a lawsuit back from 2023, back in 1991, Combs and the R&B singer Aaron Hall allegedly sexually assault an unnamed victim and a friend after a music industry event, then beat her several days later when confronted. In 1991, according to a November 2023 lawsuit, Combs allegedly drugs, sexually assaults, and videotapes 19-year-old Joy Dickerson. Yes, I remember this report. Joy Dickerson after going on a date with him. All right, so that was one of the many cases that came up after the fact. Joy Dickerson is now much older, and this is an image published by CNN. This is of Joy Dickerson. She's much older now. I think she's like a Spanish lady or something like that. All right, let's keep going. In 1993, after being fired from his duties at Uptime Records, Combs starts his own label, Bad Boy Records. The label grows in popularity, notoriety over the course of the decade, breaking the careers of Craig Mack, the Notorious B.I.G., Mace, The Lox, Faith Evans, and more. Now, if you remember, he was first hired as an intern with a company called Uptime Records, which was founded by a guy called Andre Arel. Andre Arel was the guy who hired Puff Daddy first. This is Andre Arel right here. Now, unfortunately, Andre Arel has passed on at the age of 59. This is Andre right here. Okay, he passed on. They are barely different in age, but he hired, eventually, I think Puff Daddy hired Andre Arel, eventually, because he became so big. There were opportunities going through him, and they did deals together. You know, that's life. So Puff Daddy, let's stop the cap. He was well respected for major as a hustler. Okay, maybe not as a person because nobody knows him anyway, but as a hustler, as an aggressive hustler who can get anything done. Remember that video I just played? A lot of people found those many of those type of videos inspiring when up to 2022 2023, before all of this. But that's life. People will basically turn their backs on you if you face a downtime. Okay, hopefully it's not criminal behavior that made you face a downtime, because if it's criminal, it gets worse. All right, in 1990 to 1991 again. No, now let's jump all the way to, let's jump to 1995. According to a February 2025 filing under the Gender Motivated Violence Act, Combs sexually assaulted an NYU student. So the Gender Motivated Violence Act is something that New York City brought back to allow people that have gone past the statute of what do you call it, limitation? Is it statute of limitations, where you can no longer file a criminal lawsuit? They allow you to bring your case if you want. If you have a grievance against somebody, you can now file it. I think also Bill Cosby was also caught in some of those type of lawsuits. So according to that lawsuit that was motivated by the Gender Motivated Violence Act, hold on one second. Hold on, guys. I think somebody might have just knocked on my door. I'm not sure. All right, I don't think so. All right, let's keep going. I'll keep one of my ears open. I'm in a hotel room, so it is what it is. Hit the like button, though. Hit the like button. Thank you. All right. So according to that a lady, is it a lady? I don't know. An NYU student. I'm not sure if it's a lady yet. Pepe Hilfiger. Pepe Hilfiger, the sister brand to Tommy Hilfiger. No, sorry. There was an NYU student who was working for Pepe Hilfiger, who was a sister brand to Tommy Hilfiger. Her name is Aristalia Benitez, who was 20 years old at the time in 1995. So now it's 20 years, 30 plus years. So that person is now 50 years old, right? Claims she was introduced to Sean Combs through Andy Hilfiger. Combs invited her to a party in Lower Manhattan where he offered Benitez alcohol. She didn't drink and only accepted a non-alcoholic beverage. Benitez began to feel dizzy and remembers that Combs groped her breast. He pushed him away but soon lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was in a cab on the way back to her dorm in gym clothes she brought with her to the party but had not been wearing. Benitez claims she knew she had been sexually assaulted because she experienced a lot of pain in her groin area for days later. June 1995, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs sexually assaulted an unnamed victim in the bathroom during a New York City promo party for the Notorious B.I.G.'s music video, One More Chance. That's one of many people's favorite music videos, right? During the alleged attack, Combs cornered her in the bathroom and began kissing her aggressively. You know, things people will see in like explicit videos and would get excited, and these were all criminal behaviors, by the way, okay? And when she tried to pull away, he struck her, slammed her to the floor, and raped her. Some people seen this kind of scenes in a movie. Some people got a little bit of money. They decided to play it out in real life. Baby Hoyer. After the assault, but before leaving the bathroom, Combs reportedly told the victim, "You better not tell anyone about this or you will disappear." Well, he's disappeared for the last 1 year right now. So the only thing we are seeing is picture drawings of him with gray hair on his head. And obviously probably getting older faster in the last 1 year than in the last 20 years. In 1995 to 1996, according to a May 2024 lawsuit, Combs allegedly sexually assaulted April Lamprose on several occasions. In one incident, she alleges he forced her to perform oral sex in a car, which she says was witnessed by a parking attendant. In another, she claims that he forced ecstasy down her throat, made her have sex with his then girlfriend Kim Porter, and then raped her. Kim Porter of rest in peace, Kim Porter. That was ex baby mother, and now late Kim Porter. Okay, so this is a lady also saying that, you know, so these people were involved in all kind of behavior, from swing parties to orgies and all kind of craziness. Okay, things that people could only think about in their head, but you have so much money, you're like, hey, you can actually make it happen. What? They do it all the time. What? That's when you hear Hollywood lifestyle. It's not something like, if you're praying for your children to become a superstar in the future, make sure you're praying that prayer properly. Make sure that you're praying that prayer properly. Okay, I hope so. All right, let's get back to it. Let's see here. All right. In 1996, Combs is found guilty of criminal mischief for threatening a photographer from the New York Post with a gun. 1996. That would be an aggressive behavior. 1998. Okay, he was found guilty of that one, by the way. So, according to this article, 1998, Combs starts throwing his annual Hamptons all-white party. Hamptons is a place in New York State in the Long Islands. It's a place for the affluent. It's like the Beverly Hills of New York. Okay. So he would throw these all white parties that come to be known as so lavish and exclusive. Many people have since said the white party is not the freak off. Those are two different things. Okay. He earns the rep of being a modern day Gatsby. Guests range from music industry execs and artists to actors, real estate moguls, and sports team. Everybody wanted to be at this party. Stop the cap. 1998, according to an October 2024 lawsuit. In 1998, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs assaulted a John Doe victim when he was 16 years old and attending one of Combs' white parties in the Hamptons. A John Doe is a man. So if it's a for you where you're you want to go to the party, all white party, celebrity party like that. They all wanted stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
They all wanted to go to the parties. But now they got to the party, they saw the unseeable. You can no longer unsee it. You've seen it there, you have it, you find yourself in the middle of craziness. Does that justify somebody assaulting you? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay? You don't get to say things like, where those children too, they shouldn't have been there. No, you don't get to say that though. The adults, the most powerful in the context, the superior in the context, are responsible and will be held accountable if it gets down to criminal behavior. I'm just warning you right now, just so you know already. All right, let's keep going. We're still on 1998. So this John Doe he filed a lawsuit back in October 2024. And the unnamed victim claims that after having a conversation with Combs about working in the record industry, Combs instructed John Doe to drop his pants and expose his penis so that Combs could inspect it, explaining it was a rite of passage and the route to becoming a star, and also as a way to prove himself. When Doe complied, Combs allegedly grabbed his genitals. In 1999, according to a February 2024 lawsuit, Combs allegedly held an unnamed victim captive for hours in his homes while sexually assaulting her. In the lawsuit, the Jane Doe, this is now a woman, plaintiff claims she was working as a promotional model at the time and attended a party in New York City where Combs was present. Combs handed the model a drink during the party, and after drinking, she began to feel dizzy and disoriented, suspecting she had been drugged. See, these kind of things will catch up to you at some point. Or let me say might, because I don't want to claim that it always catch up, right? But it might catch up to you as late as 83, 84 years old. Go and ask Bill Cosby. Combs offered her a ride. He was taken back to Combs' residence, and he allegedly began to make unwanted sexual advances. The plaintiff remembers lying down on the bed fully clothed, and that Combs repeatedly groped her and at one point penetrated her with his fingers. The plaintiff claims she repeatedly resisted him, but Combs kept her in a room for about 4 hours, refusing to let her leave the home. All right, so again, there's nothing wrong with aspiring to be big, to be among stars, but discernment. Hi, Cherish Olivia, good to see you. Welcome. Hit the like button as you're coming in. Thank you, I appreciate you. All right, so now let's go to January 1999. In January 1999, according to a February 2025 filing under the Gender Motivated Violence Act, Combs allegedly sexually assaulted a 16-year-old named Justin Gooch while inside the bathroom of a Manhattan nightclub. You might say, what is a 16-year-old doing inside a nightclub? That's the wrong question. That's a jam question. Okay. First of all, we don't have the answer to it. Okay.
Let the poor breathe.
We don't have the answer to it. We just don't. Okay. But you know what we have answer to? Somebody's criminal behavior has caught up with them. And your lessons probably because your lessons should better be coming from that angle. Okay. The lesson is not 16-year-old should not end up there. Who are you talking to? Your daughter? Go and talk to your daughter. We're talking about this criminal here, this criminal behavior right here, where people are responsible. The people that allow minors into clubs willingly, taking bribes, or because they actually want to engage with an underage, right? Those are the people you should be addressing. Anyway, Gooch claims he met Combs at the Tunnel Club where he went clubbing with friends, and Combs offered Gooch ecstasy. The two went into the bathroom to take the drugs. After entering the bathroom stall, Combs allegedly pushed Gooch down and pulled his hair and sexually assaulted him. This was a him. Justin Gooch is a him. Jesus Christ. After he was done assaulting him, the executive allegedly said, that wasn't so bad, was it? What, name? Jesus Christ. Gooch then fled the bathroom and left the club. The plaintiff claims he told his friends about the assault and is suing for undisclosed damages. Okay. Let's jump to April 16, 1999. Combs is arrested and charged with 2 felonies. Uh-oh. Wrong post. Alright, this is coming to great. I was trying to post the link into the studio. Alright, so he was charged with 2 felonies, second-degree assault and criminal mischief. That's 1999. And the beating of record executive Steve Stout. Wow. Steve Stout is still a record executive until today, I think. I didn't know this happened. Let me see here. This guy is much older now. So apparently there was a lawsuit. Let me see, Steve Stout. Wow, this guy, I remember him. Let me show you guys his picture. I'll show you his picture. This guy right here. Yeah, I remember him. So there was a lawsuit apparently where he was found guilty in the beating of record executive Steve Stout, who says Combs and 2 bodyguards beat him with their fists a telephone, a champagne bottle, and a chair. So he must have been much younger at the time. Let me see how old Steve Stout is today. He's 54 years old now. They're about the same age. So in 1999, that was like what, like 28 years ago? Let's just say 30 years ago. So these guys were in their early 20s when all those things happened. Wow. And now they're in their 50s and all these stories are coming up. That's wild, right? Anyway, so he said they beat him up. Stout asked for the charges to be dismissed. When Combs publicly apologizes, so he apologized, he asked for the case to be dismissed. Combs reportedly pays Stout $500,000. They probably finished spending that money by now. The assault charge is dropped. Combs pleads guilty to the lesser charge of harassment, and he's sentenced to 1 day of anger management classes. Wow. Okay, let's jump to December 1999. Dirty December time. A day after, 2 days after Christmas, Combs, along with then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez, rapper Shine. Is there anybody here who doesn't know who Jennifer Lopez is? J-Lo. J-Lo, I can't believe that's like almost 30 years ago. J-Lo and Diddy everywhere. You know, long before there was a Cassie. Yeah. Let me show you who J-Lo is. J-Lo is still this is probably more of, let me see here. Okay. Yeah, J-Lo is still going back and forth with these days. I think she's still going back and forth with the likes of Ben Affleck and them, Hollywood actor Ben Affleck. She's also a big Hollywood actress in her own right. She's a singer. But yeah, she used to date Puff Daddy way back then. The Gen Zs don't know anything about this one. Gen Zs are like, wait, what? Are you serious? That happened? I didn't know. Yeah, it did. It happened. So she was dating. Anyway, they were at a club. Okay. The then girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, and a guy called Shine, rapper Shine, they were at a club. And before you knew it, people were getting shot and stuff. And it turned out really badly. People caught cases. Shine actually ended up going to jail for 10 years. Shine is now like some type of president somewhere in the Caribbean. Not president, but maybe prime minister, something like that. Something big, a big politician, or maybe recently was running for office. I don't know exactly. It doesn't matter. But that's Shine being arrested right there in that picture. Okay. So back then, December 2009, they were all arrested in relations to a shooting at a club in New York City. The name of the club was actually Club New York. Combs is charged with weapons violations, but is ultimately acquitted. So he was acquitted at that time. So is that about to happen again? We're about to find out, right? March 2000, the first season of Making the Band airs on ABC, then later on MTV. The reality TV competition centers Combs as he searches for new talents to put together in a band. Running for 12 seasons total, the show later became a cultural staple for MTV, and through it, Combs created bands like Day 26, Danny T. Kane, all signed to Bad Boy Records. Now, September 2000, the year 2000, according to October 2024 lawsuit, Combs drugged and raped a Jane Doe plaintiff with two other celebrities when she was 13 years old. According to the suit, the then teenage victim wanted to attend the 2000 Video Music Award at Radio City Music Hall in New York City. The lesson is still train your children, you know. Let's not cap about that one too. Train your children, because if they all suddenly at the age of 13 start to want to become star, they want to be a model and all this kind of stuff, and somebody invited them to a party where they thought they were going there to network, and just train your children and give them, tools to navigate if they find themselves in this kind of situation. The adults, the superiors, are still responsible. But when she didn't have a ticket, I'm continuing to read now. When she didn't have a ticket to the show, she asked limousine drivers who were waiting outside how she could get into the awards. One of the drivers she spoke to claimed to work for Combs, Puff Daddy, and told her that Combs liked younger girls, and said she fit what Diddy was looking for. The driver invited her to Combs' after party. The driver later drove her to a mansion. Jane Doe claims, is it Jane Doe or John Doe? Jane Doe claims when she arrived, two men made her sign a non-disclosure agreement informing her that she could not discuss what happened at the party. Once they give you an NDA, suppose you law. It's not funny. He signed the agreement, entered the party, and after having one drink, began to feel woozy. When Doe tried to lie down in the bedroom, Combs and two other unnamed celebrities followed her into the room. That's when the three people undressed her and she was held down by celebrity A, who vaginally gripped her, while Combs and celebrity B, a female, washed. Wow. Celebrity A and B took turns doing the hurtful, of course, before she escaped, fleeing the bedroom naked and searching for an exit while the party continued. In year 2001, thereabouts, according to a May 2024, Combs allegedly attacked April Ambrose again in her apartment. So one of the ladies from previous years found herself in that situation again. Now, in 2001, Italia Graves claims Combs and his bodyguard, Joseph Sherman, gripped her in a Bad Boys recording studio. Wow. In both the suit, the televised press conference held by her lawyer, Gloria Allred, who many people don't believe anymore. But nonetheless, Graves alleges that she was 25 years old at the time of the assault and dating a record producer who was then working for Bad Boys. Graves says that after Combs invited her to the studio, he laced her drink with drugs. We can see a pattern here, right? It's a pattern here. Now, 2001 again, according to 2001 must have been a hot year for Puff Daddy. According to a 2024 lawsuit, Combs, with the aid of a casting director and assistant, drugged and gripped a John Doe plaintiff. This is a man. The plaintiff, who resides in Texas and at the time of the attack was working as an actor, traveled to New York City to audition for the role of police officer in an unnamed music video. After speaking with the casting director, the plaintiff showed up to a hotel on the south side of Central Park for the audition, where he met the woman. These auditions tend to happen at a hotel somewhere. Easy access to bedrooms of all different types of grades. After answering a few questions about the role, Doe then met with Combs, who asked him questions about his personal life. Combs asked the actor to take off his shirt, which he did in compliance with the audition. Combs then remarked to his assistant, "He'll do." The casting director then offered Doe an alcoholic drink, which he declined. She insisted, offered him a Diet Coke in a glass, which he drank, but noted that it tasted strange. Shortly after he drank the soda, the plaintiff began to feel nauseous and passed out. When he regained consciousness, Doe says he was face down, slung over an ottoman in the hotel room, and his pants pulled down to his ankles and his shirt pulled over his head. According to the suit, that's when the plaintiff felt a great deal of pain and realized as he looked back that he was being anally sodomized by Combs. The plaintiff says he tried to fight him off, but the Combs bodyguard was holding him down by the arms. Jesus Christ. That sounds crazy and vicious. That's wild. All right. He lost consciousness. Doe recalls that while he was being sodomized, he heard people in the other room, including the casting director, laughing and talking. And once Combs was done, the plaintiff claims he tried to get up and run away, but could not hold his own weight, so he passed out again. When he regained consciousness the second time, he was held down. Hold on a second. He was being held in a kneeling position by a Caucasian man who was sitting on a couch in front of him and orally sodomizing him while verbally abusing him. Doe claims he tasted metal and believes some sort of device was holding his mouthpiece because he tried to bite down but could not. Wow. The plaintiff later discovered he had a broken molar requiring repair and a partial denture. When the man ejaculated in his mouth, the plaintiff lost consciousness again. When he regained consciousness a third time, he was completely naked and saw other people around him engaging in sex acts. The plaintiff grabbed his clothing and ran out of the hotel suite and recalled someone shouting, "Hope you had fun," as he fled. In the weeks that followed, the plaintiff claims he remained in intense pain and defecated a used condom, Jesus Christ, and realized he was bleeding rectally. Things they happen for this life. Train your children. Work on yourself. Seek healing. Hurt people. If you don't seek healing, if you know that you've gone through some traumatic experience, if you don't seek healing, you're going to attempt to hurt other people. Consciously or unconsciously, you're going to do it. It's just natural. It's natural order of things. It's just the way life works. Seek healing. Make sure you heal before you deal. That's Puff Daddy and Cassie that we're talking about. In real time, Puff Daddy is facing a case against him by the feds, by the federal government. They're looking to put him away for the rest of his life, just because of so many things that happen. Okay, so many things. But the star witness is the person you're looking at in the picture with him, Cassie Ventura, who is the girlfriend for 11 years or so, thereabouts. Since she was all the way from when she was 21 to when she was like 37 or so. Something like that. 21 to 30 something. Maybe not 37. Anyway, Black Diamond says, yuck. This story gets more nauseating as it unfolds. Listen, a lot of people have not really taken the time to look at what the kind of history that this guy is facing. A lot of people have not really taken the time. So you still have a lot of people defending him or saying that Cassie also has a lot to do. Like, okay, all right, if you say so. But anyway, you're wrong. October 2001. According to November 2024 lawsuit, all the lawsuits came about in November 2024 because that's how these things happen. Once somebody has courage to come out, it inspires many others, potentially some other fake ones, like somebody that said in 1973 to 1974 they believe that he's much older. You know, things like that might also be accompanied. But Sean Puff Daddy Combs should have known that once you become that successful, you're also an easy target. So you definitely don't want to make it easier for the people that will attempt to bring you down at some point. I think he's made it easier by committing a lot of this crime. But we'll know the truth soon enough. Alright, so according to 2024 lawsuit, Combs drugged and raped a 19-year-old Jane Doe plaintiff at a 2001 Halloween party. During the party at a New York city nightclub, the plaintiff and two friends were invited outside to a SUV limousine where they met Combs with his security. Once in the SUV, the plaintiff was handed a drink which she drank. Shortly after, she began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Till today, if you give me a cup, I don't know the source of the drink in it. I'm not drinking, though. I will hold on to the cup like this. We'll just be dancing together. I'm not touching it. And I won't tell you I'm not touching it, just so you know. But some people are so comfortable, they just grab a cup from anywhere. They're like, do you want some candy? You want something? They just grab it. The way I was raised anyway. You know, Nigerian parents, the way you are raised, you're not supposed to take anything outside. So that is still stuck in my head to today. So maybe it's a little overboard with the way Nigerian parents do it, but I'm just telling you right now, I don't know how people are comfortable to take drinks from strangers. But they did. Once in the SUV, the plaintiff was handed a drink, which she drank. Shortly after, she began to feel dizzy and disoriented. Combs then ordered Doe to perform oral on one of his bodyguards. The bodyguard ordered the woman to take off her shirt Doe claims that in close quarters with so many unknown men and in fear for her life, she did what they ordered her to do. Combs forced the plaintiff and her friends to give oral sex to many members of his security team while he verbally degraded them and sprayed them with champagne. Combs then ordered the plaintiff to perform oral sex on him. After the assault, the young women were let out of the SUV. The plaintiff made her way back into the club where she passed out. When she regained consciousness, she was at a friend's house with no recollection of how she got there. 2003, according to a December 2023 lawsuit, Combs, his former Bad Boy Records president, Harvey Peer, and a third unidentified man allegedly gang raped an unnamed 17-year-old victim at a Manhattan recording studio. I remember this name, Harvey Peer. Harvey Peer. Let me see if I can find a picture. Oh, I know this guy. Yeah, he was definitely the right-hand man for Diddy for a long time. I remember. Yeah, let me see. October 2024. I might read this one later. We might come back to Harvey Peer later on. But Harvey Peer is a guy who was a right-hand man for Sean P. Diddy Combs for a very long time. This is him right here. Let me show you. This guy. That was them. Much older guy now, by the way. Much older guy. Yep. All right. So he was in a lawsuit December 2020. He was named as joining him in a gang grip. So 2003, this all happened in 2003. In 2003, according to a May 2024 lawsuit, Combs allegedly drugged and sexually assaulted the then 22-year-old model Crystal McKinney in his New York City, forcing her to perform oral sex. This is 2003 again, according to a 2024 lawsuit. According to another 2024 lawsuit, this is a 2004 now, 2004. A lawsuit was filed last year by singer Don Richard. This is one of the Danity Kane group, I think, or making the band. Richard auditioned to be a contestant on Diddy's reality competition show, Making the Band. During the year-long production process of the show, Richard and her bandmates were filmed by MTV camera crew. 24 hours a day, and were verbally and physically abused by Combs. Richard alleges she was forced by Combs to rehearse for up to 48 hours straight without breaks or food. He was probably eating in front of them too. And castmates were constantly berated by Combs. As a result, she experienced extreme weight loss and dehydration and was later diagnosed with anemia. Yeah. You guys, I know Don Richard. Oh, wow. So she filed her own lawsuit too. But I think she's always talked about some of the things she faced. Okay, it's this one. It's the black girl. It's the black girl. Wow. Let me show it to you guys. Show you guys what we're talking about here. This is Danity Kane right here. That's sad. Alright, so in 2004, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs invited a Jane Doe victim who was 19 years old at the time and her friend to an after party, but asked them to stop by his Manhattan Marriott hotel room first. Once in the room, the women were coerced into ingesting alcohol and cocaine and forced to perform oral sex on Combs. According to the suit, Combs said he would have them both killed if they didn't comply with his demands. Wow. July 2004, according to the 2024 lawsuit, Combs drugged, and raped a 17-year-old model at a 4th of July party. The Jane Doe plaintiff claims she attended a modeling gig in Manhattan when two men in an SUV gave her a flyer advertising a party that was happening that evening, which turned out to be one of Combs' infamous blowouts at his estate in the Hamptons. The model and her friend decided to attend, dialing the number on the flyer, and they were picked up by a driver. Wow. You know, when she arrived at the party, Doe says she was required to hand over her purse, cell phone in order to enter. She and her friend complied, because who doesn't want to enter PDT party? Not me today. Once inside the party, the plaintiff claims she recognized many celebrities and took a drink offered to her on a tray. They were so excited. Shortly after, she fell sick and found a chair where she fell unconscious. When she woke up later that night, she was missing her underwear and had intense pain in her vagina anal areas. Jesus Christ. The plaintiff began to cry, and that's when Combs and two of his bodyguards approached her and threatened her, telling her that they will ruin her career. The plaintiff realized that Combs had sexually assaulted her. After she was convinced not to file a report with the police, Combs' security team then put her in a car, dropped her off at the Edges Inn in East Hampton. The plaintiff was taken to the hotel alone and did not see her friend again for 2 days. Does this already sound like some crazy wild dream for you guys? I'm telling you. All right. What's going on here? What is going on here? Let's see. All right. So in July 6, 2004, July 6, 2004, that's how it sounds like July 4th weekend, Combs arrives at his annual Hamptons All-White Party in possession of the Declaration of Independence, making a new level of fortune and braggadocio for the mogul. 2005, Combs and the singer Cassie Ventura meet for the first time. 2005 is such a long time ago. I couldn't even believe that she was that old, because I still look at her as Cassie, the young girl. Wow. Combs and the singer, they met for the first time, and Combs expresses interest in wanting to sign her to his label. Ventura is 19 years old and Combs is 37. Singer Don Richard claims to be present during Combs and Ventura's first meeting, according to a September 2024 lawsuit filed by Richard. Okay. In 2005, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs drugged and raped a 10-year-old boy in a New York City hotel room. I'm confused. How did we get here? 10-year-old boy. According to the complaint, the John Doe victim has dreams of becoming a rapper. Oh, God. Lord help me. Actor, and after auditioning for Combs in his hotel room, the music and media mogul gave the boy a soda that the plaintiff later believed was laced with GHB and or ecstasy. As the boy began to feel dizzy, Combs then pushed the boy on the hotel room bed like a woman. Jesus Christ. Pulled his penis out of his pants and told the 10-year-old boy to kiss it. Combs forced his penis into the boy's mouth. The plaintiff states that he passed out from shock and fear, and when he regained consciousness, his pants were undone and his anus and buttocks hurt badly. Ew. Cried, and Combs told him if he told anyone about the attack, the billionaire would hurt his family badly. That's a serious allegation. Only God knows what the other witnesses in this case are going to look like. Anyway, the third season of Making the Band in March 2004, featuring Don Richard and bandmates in the formation of girl group Danity Kane, begins airing on MTV. Apparently, that was a crime scene. In February 2006, now we're down to 2006. Are we getting closer? What year are we? We're in 2025. Oh, God. Lord help me. All right, Ventura signed a 10-year deal. Ventura, that's Cassie. She signed a 10-year album deal with Bad Boy Entertainment. Her debut single, Me and You, is released, and a self-titled album drops the same year. According to a November 2023 lawsuit, Combs' vicious cycle of abuse begins here. Cassie alleges years of physical, psychological, and emotional abuse. She claims Combs forced her to purchase and take illegal drugs like cocaine, ketamine, ecstasy, that he filmed her as he forced her to participate in sex with male sex workers in multiple cities for his own voyeuristic pleasure in a practice he called freak-offs. And that he beat her on many occasions. Well, we saw that part. In retaliation for talking to other men, often with witnesses present. Anyway, in October 2006, Danity Kane released his, their first album. That's the group that he formed, right? October 2006, according to a lawsuit, Combs assaulted a male bodyguard who was working at one of the executives Hampton's white parties. So a lot of people now believe that Combs is a bisexual man, right? At this point, the John Doe plaintiff claims Combs gave him an alcoholic beverage that he later believed was drugs because he immediately felt extremely ill. The plaintiff alleges Combs then pushed him into a van and sexually assaulted him. 2006 to 2009. Let's jump through a bracket there. In a July 2024 lawsuit, dancer Adria English claims that she was drugged and forced to have sex with party guests during Combs' infamous white parties in the Hamptons, New York, and Miami, Florida, repeatedly for years. So he also had these white parties in Miami. English says, that's Adria English says, she was recruited by Bad Boy Enterprise employee Tamiko Thomas and was employed by Combs to act as an eye candy model at his Hamptons white party for the first time in summer of 2004. She claims Combs instructed her and the other models to drink from specific bottles that he laced with ecstasy. And though she was not required to have sex with anyone at the first party she attended, she was groomed into sex trafficking over time by Combs and Thomas. Wait, this employee Tamiko Thomas, who is this person? Let me see if I can see. There's this another person here who was oh my god. This is let's see. Yeah, I can't really see a picture of Tamiko, but I see some other victims here. But let's keep going with the list we were going through. Anyway, in addition to Combs and Bad Boy Enterprise employees, English list Vibe Magazine and Penske Media Corporation in the suit, saying editors were aware of the prostitution happening at the parties and published her picture in the magazine without her consent. Wow. She also lists Jacob Arbor, known as hip-hop circles as Jacob the Jeweler. I remember that name, Jacob the Jeweler, as a co-defendant. Jacob the Jeweler was everywhere. He was one that was giving them, selling them a bunch of jewelry for millions of dollars, asserting that he was a frequent sex partner of hers. Wow. Who knew that she was being trafficked by Combs and BBE? Anyway, let me see. When they say BBE, that means Bad Boy Enterprise. And in 2007, according to a February 2025 filing under the Gender Motivated Violence Act, Combs sexually assaulted Kendra Afoni while she was a contestant on the reality show I Want to Work for Diddy. Remember that I Want to Work for Diddy, where people were told to ask to walk miles to go and get him some kind of snack. Anyway, when Afoni moved to New York in 2007 to participate in the show, she was invited to a party with the mogul. Combs offered Afoni a drink there, which made her feel dizzy and lighthearted. He then coerced her into performing oral sex on him. Afoni says because of the power dynamics of the situation, she was increasingly powerless to resist. All right, we get that gist. October 2007. I'm just going to read just the lawsuit now. March 6, 2007. Well, in October 2007, he became marketing ambassador and stakeholder in Ciroc vodka by beverage maker Diageo. Sales of the vodka skyrocket and Combs become synonymous with the brand. Ciroc. Right now, in the lawsuit, some Gerard Rashniza alleges that Combs punched him, pushed his girlfriend, and tried to spit on another woman outside of Teddy's nightclub at the Hollywood Roosevelt Hotel. In a statement, Combs' attorney Benjamin Brafman says it's just another example of opportunities. Now, May 11, 2007, in a complaint to the police, Combs, Making the Band co-star Lorraine Gibson, alleges that he threatened her. Okay. In May 2008, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs assaulted a John Doe sales associate in the back room of Macy's flagship Herald Square department store at Macy's in the middle of Manhattan. Anyway, 2008, in a lawsuit, Richard alleges that Combs invited her over to his Miami residence, and when she arrived, he was wearing only underwear and refused to put on clothes when asked. 2009, when Danity Kane disbanded, Richard continued working with Combs by way of a new musical trio he formed with himself as a rapper, Richard, and singer Kelana Harper. Okay, what's the name of that group at the time? Danity Kane. No. There's another name. They like was it Love? I don't know. He formed the group with himself as part of they allowed it. They gave him money to do it. So 2010, in the November 2023 suit, Ventura claims all aspects of her life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies. She claims he paid for her apartment and all living expenses. Right, that was Cassie. So 2010, Richard witnesses Combs physically abuse his girlfriend Cassie. So Richard is a witness in abuse. We were all witnesses. We saw a video. October 2010. Let's see here. Okay, so Don Richard is a lot of the 2010. Okay, the name of that group was Dirty Money. Okay, Dirty Money, the collaborative trio featuring Combs, Don Richard, and Kelena, released its only studio album, Last Train to Paris. Yeah, Last Night, that song, something like that. Let's jump to 2000. It's a bunch of lawsuits. Okay, 2020. If it's another Jane Doe in 2012. February 2012, the Kid Cudi event, right? Blowing up Kid Cudi's car. So February 2012, right? In the November 2023 suit, Ventura alleges that Combs said he was going to blow up the car. So it was a threat. He was going to blow up the car of rapper Cudi. All right, now 2013, he launches Revolt TV. That's the name I was trying to remember. The cable news network TV. He launched it. That was 2013. In 2014, Combs announces a new joint venture with Diageo Tequila. You know, that's for Ciroc and all those things, right? The drinks, the alcohol ventures. Now, May 2014, according to an October 2024 lawsuit, Combs invited a Jane Doe victim to an after party at his Los Angeles hotel during Memorial Day weekend. Combs allegedly instructed her to drink from open liquor bottles in the suite, and when she fell unconscious for the drinks, he later raped her. Another Jane Doe in 2014. 2015, Combs celebrates the 20th anniversary of Bad Boy, with a box set and a tour featuring the label's legacy signees. 2016, according to November 2024 lawsuit, Combs sexually assaulted fashion designer Brianna Bongolan and threatened to kill her by dangling her off a 17-story apartment balcony. That's some scary shit, right? Do you think he can be free? Do you think with all of this that he can ever come out free? It's a lot going on. It's a lot that went on the last day. It's been 30 years. You know, I think this one is worse than this one is probably worse than R. Kelly's stuff or P. Diddy, because he's much more powerful than those two guys. He was much more powerful. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it going to be freed? Is he going to get locked up for life, or is going to get somewhere in between? Maybe for 10 years, maybe 20 years. Do you think he's going to get less than 20 years? Anyway, Bongolan, that's her name, but Bongolan, this person, that fashion designer Brianna Bongolan, began working with Combs in 2014 after she met the music mogul through Cassie Ventura. Bongolan was originally very excited to work with Combs on fashion projects, including outfit for the 2016 Bad Boy reunion tour, and believed working with the executive would provide once-in-a-lifetime opportunities to collaborate. Instead, she suffered years of abuse firsthand in professional settings. According to the suit, between 2014 and 2018, Bongolan witnessed many instances of Combs physically abusing Cassie Ventura. The music executive soon began to threaten Bongolan, once cornering her during a photo shoot and telling her, "You have no idea what I could do to you. I could kill you." On September 26, Bongolan was sleeping over at Cassie Ventura's apartment with her girlfriend. The designer alleges that Combs barged in and groped her breast. When she tried to get away from him, Bongolan says he picked her up by her armpits and dangled her body over the balcony while repeatedly yelling, "Do you know what the fuck you did? Do you know what the fuck you did?" As Bongolan screamed, Ventura appeared, that's Cassie, and told Combs that Bongolan's girlfriend was in the apartment. Only then did he bring her legs back over the banister. He then slammed her onto the patio furniture and breaking a table. Bongolan is seeking $10 million in damages for the assault and years of emotional stress it has cost her. We're down to March 2018. We're getting closer to time. According to an October 2024 lawsuit filed in California, a victim named Ashley Pasham alleges that Combs and his staff members, including assistant Christina Coram and associate Shane Pierce, gang raped her in Pierce's home. The filing states that a few days prior, it just seemed like he was just leaving to have sex every day. That's what he was doing. But people were buying the records, they were buying the Ciroc, they were drinking, they were buying Sean John, Omo, some wild stuff. A few days later, when she was over Pierce's house in Orinda, California, Pahams alleges Combs entered the home with an outrage of unknown entourage unknown accomplices, and Coram threatened Paham with a knife, forced her to undress, and covered her in baby oil. Combs then instructed Coram to insert a syringe in Paham's vagina, and then the mogul vaginally raped her with the television remote while verbally threatening her life. After Combs was done, he instructed Pierce and the unknown members of his entourage to anally grape her while he sat in a chair in the bedroom and masturbated. Jesus Christ. Now, those ones that were being asked to grape people, are they going to bring them to justice? Because those are weirdos too. September 2018, after multiple attempts to sever ties with Combs, Cassie Ventura says she met with him to have dinner and believe it was to talk of concluding her Bad Boy contract and have a discussion about concluding their relationship for good. But after the dinner, Cassie Ventura allegedly he forced himself into her apartment and forcibly raped her. From her, somebody said, "But that's the girlfriend. How can you rape your girlfriend? You're a weirdo. Go back to 1960 and learn some lessons." From our November 2023 suit, soon thereafter, Ms. Ventura took steps to completely separate herself from her long-term abuser, including by leaving the home that he paid for and returning the car he purchased for her. In 2019, according to the lawsuit filed by an unnamed plaintiff, December 2024, and this is 2019, he was introduced to Combs at a New York City club in 2019. He was still going to club in 2019. I did a 50-something. Woody. Anyway, the plaintiff, who lived in New York at the time, says his friend was a club promoter and therefore had ties to the music industry. The lawsuit states that around midnight at Marquee, New York, a nightclub in Manhattan's Chelsea neighborhood, Combs' security guards invited the plaintiff to join the mogul at an after party at the Park Hyatt Hotel. The plaintiff alleges that there were about 10 other people there, all from Bad Boy Records. He claims Combs offered him a drink that he had made in the other room, which the plaintiff later came to believe had been drugged. He alleges Combs ushered everyone into the bedroom, into the hotel suite, at which point he felt as though the room was spinning. When the plaintiff voiced he wasn't feeling well, he says Combs encouraged him to lay down, and he lost consciousness soon after. The lawsuit states that when the plaintiff woke up, he was fully naked, and Combs was sodomizing him with his penis. Wait, is this a man? I missed that part. Yeah, he's a man. God have mercy. At which point he felt as though the room was spinning. When the plaintiff voiced he wasn't feeling well, he says Combs encouraged him to lay down. He lost consciousness. Soon after, the lawsuit states that the plaintiff woke up, he was being sodomized. The lawsuit states that when the plaintiff woke up, he was fully naked and Combs was sodomizing him with his penis. The unnamed victim allegedly tried to resist Combs, but could not in his disoriented state. He says he did notice, however, a man and woman filming the assault before he became unconscious again. The next morning, the plaintiff alleges the people recording were still in the room, but Combs was nowhere in sight. Jesus is gone. He went to a meeting for another deal. The man allegedly gave the plaintiff around $2,500 in cash before he left. The plaintiff says he never spoke out about the incident out of fear and humiliation until filing the civil lawsuit in 2024. In a statement to NPR, Combs' attorneys denied the allegations made in the lawsuit. Finally, we made it to 2020. COVID. According to a February 2025 lawsuit, Combs allegedly organized a sex party in a Miami warehouse in 2020 that involved sex trafficking. The unnamed plaintiff claims that when she was 15 years old, she and other girls were paid to attend this warehouse party hosted by Combs, and that was organized as a group sex event. The Jane Doe victim claims she was sedated before entering the warehouse by a trafficker, and that she witnessed Combs give a toast at the beginning of the party. After that, the plaintiff alleges she was taken to a curtained off area with a bed in the middle and was forced to have sex with around 20 men over the course of several hours. According to the suit, she did not have sex with Combs during the party, but she witnessed the mogul having sex with another underage girl in an adjacent bed. February 2020, according to a lawsuit filed by unnamed plaintiff in December 2024, he set up a meeting with Combs. He set up a meeting with Combs around February 2020 to collect job payments. This happened in 2020. During COVID. February 2020 is during COVID, maybe a month before COVID became popular. The plaintiff alleges he was hired by Combs in 2006 to run errands for Bad Boy Records. During the 2020 meeting at the Intercontinental Hotel in Times Square, the plaintiff claims he and Combs were alone in the room while Combs made them drinks. The plaintiff now believes Combs gave him a drink that was laced and caused him to become excessively tired. The lawsuit states that Combs suggested that plaintiff lay down to take a nap, which he did. When he woke up, the plaintiff alleges he was bent over the couch with his pants pulled down while Combs sodomized him with his penis. Wait, what? What? Trigger alert, so this one is a wildlife show, okay? Just so you know. Trigger alert. The lawsuit states that Combs suggested the plaintiff lay down to take a nap, which he did. When he woke up, the plaintiff alleges he was bent over the couch with his pants pulled down while Combs sodomized him with his penis. The lawsuit states the plaintiff tried to resist Combs, and the Combs told him to stop, and he was almost done. Jesus. The plaintiff alleges that after the assault, Combs told him going to the police would make him look like an idiot. Jesus. The lawsuit also states that Combs' associates called the plaintiff and threatened him to stay silent about what happened. In a statement to NPR, Combs' attorney denied the allegations made in the lawsuit. All right, summer 2020. According to a lawsuit filed by an unnamed plaintiff, one of Combs' associates invited him to a party at Combs' house in East Hampton, New York, in the summer of 2020. He allegedly flew from Florida to New York City, where he was picked up by Bad Boy Records employees and taken to the party. The complaint states that once there, the plaintiff began drinking and socializing, but soon became ill and lost. There's a pattern here. October 2021, Combs allegedly invited a John Doe. 2021, he was going heavy since 1993, or allegedly since 1973. God have mercy. The plaintiff claims after one drink at the party, he fell ill and tried to leave, but was told to hold on by a male voice. He passed out. When he woke up again, Doe was in the bedroom and felt paralyzed as he was trapped in his own body. The plaintiff says that's when multiple men, including Combs, began to sexually assault him through sodomy and other forced acts. 2022, can you believe it? Like yesterday, 2022. According to September 2024 lawsuit, Diddy allegedly drugged and assaulted an unnamed victim, impregnating her and later trying to force her to get an abortion. The assault and coercion allegedly began in spring of 2022 and continued through July 2024. The plaintiff says that after she and Combs started seeing each other in 2021, she was flown to different states, including New York and California. This is trafficking, right? To have sex with the rap mogul many different times by his company, Bad Boy Enterprises. According to the filing, Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, this name has been up before. Christina Coram was apparently chief of staff with Puff Daddy. That's a woman, by the way, just in case you wondered. Oh, go. Let me see here. Okay. Just gonna pull this up so you guys can see who Christina Coram. This is Puff Daddy's chief of staff right here. So according to the filing, Combs' chief of staff, Christina Coram, was one of the agents who would pay for the plaintiff to travel. The plaintiff claims she was coerced into seeing Combs by members of his team who would send drivers to her home to pick her up before she agreed to travel, to the point where she did not believe she had a choice. The plaintiff claims that in the spring of 2022, she was ordered to take ketamine and forced to have sex with Combs in his home, Los Angeles. All right, 2022, same thing. Combs sexually assaulted a John Doe victim during a promotional party. This is 2022. 2022, again, Combs drugged and sexually assaulted an unnamed. This looks like it's something that there's so many people. 2022, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. By June 26, 2022, Combs receives a Lifetime Achievement Award at the 2022 BET Awards and performs a medley of his hit single. According to a lawsuit, again, an unnamed victim filed a lawsuit. Something that happened in that same June 2022. Now, in October 2022, Forbes reports that Combs is a certified billionaire thanks to his deals with Diego, Revolt TV, and music business venture. He became a billionaire in 2022. I think somebody came into the studio. I'll be with you in a second. All right, November 2022, according to February 2025 lawsuits, Combs drugged and raped a John Doe. December 2022, same thing happened. I was seeing a pattern, but 2022 to 2023, okay, something happened between 2022 and 2023. In a February lawsuit, producer Rodney Little Rod, okay, Little Rod. Let me see who is in my studio. Okay, Natu. Natu, how far?
Hey, I'm good. Are you?
How are you doing?
Hanging in there.
Colette, let
Just
me
I
finish
just
this
came back.
thing.
I'm
I didn't
tired.
want to. I didn't want to leave you back there.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So September 15, 2023, Combs receives a key to the city. New York Mayor Eric Adams. But let me go back to the 2023, the Little Rod thing. In February 2024, lawsuit. Producer Rodney Little Rod Jones, a former producer of Bad Boy Records. Oh, sorry, a former producer of Combs. Right? I don't think it was. I don't think he was a producer for Bad Boy Record, because I think Bad Boy Record has not really been Bad Boy the way people knew it, you know. But the guy we're talking about is this guy. Let me show you the guy we're talking about. Little Rod is a very popular producer, by the way, very popular producer. But yes, he filed a lawsuit. This guy. All right, let me see here. Okay. All right, so the Love album, he was the guy behind a lot of songs on the Love album, which is basically, I think it was the last album. Okay, he worked with him on the Love album on songs like Off the Grid. Is this song? No. So Off the Grid alleges that the music mogul groped him repeatedly during the duration of making the album. Combs forced Jones to solicit sex workers, take illegal drugs, and more. The lawsuit names others close to Combs, including Combs' son, Justin Dior Combs. Justin Combs, the son, was also named in the lawsuit, and high-ranking members of Motown Records and Universal Music Group as co-defendants. So these are probably people they complained to that never did anything. But I don't know how Justin Combs is involved. This is crazy. That's his son, the one that looked exactly like him. This is wild. Let me see here. This one, I just like to put some. You could see even during this whole case, you could see Justin and his others. Oh, Justin, this one. This is not the one that looks like him. Justin is the other son. I think the other one is called King. I think it's called King. These are Diddy's sons right here. So Justin is the light-skinned one, the yellow purple one, who was also named in the lawsuit. I've seen reports saying that Justin has been waving guns in people's faces, acting also like a part of the mob, you know, and things like that. But anyway, so they named Justin Combs also in the lawsuit. Now, September 15, 2023, Combs received the key to the city. November 16, 2023, Casalafo. Everything scatter everywhere. November 16, 2023. Cassie Ventura accuses Diddy of years of sexual misconduct, harassment, sex trafficking, and rape. Ventura's allegation lasted for the entirety of their working and personal relationship. Cassie files the civil lawsuit in New York Superior Court under the State Adult Survivor Act, a New York law permitting victims of sexual abuse. Okay, this is the actual act that I was talking about, not the other one. So permitting victims of sexual abuse 1 year window to file civil action regardless of the statute of limitations of the crimes themselves. Tiffany Red, a songwriter and one of Cassie's collaborators, later publicly corroborates our claims. Combs, via his attorney Benjamin Braffman, told the New York Times, Mr. Combs vehemently denies this offensive and outrageous allegation. For the past 6 months, Mr. Combs has been subjected to Ms. Ventura's persistent demand of $30 million under the threat of writing a damaging book about their relationship, which was unequivocally rejected as blatant blackmail. Despite withdrawing her initial threat, Ms. Ventura has now resorted to filing a lawsuit riddled with baseless and outrageous lies, aiming to tarnish Mr. Combs' reputation and seeking a payday. 1 day after the public filing of a suit, Ventura and Combs settled outside of court for an undisclosed amount. At that point, I knew it was over. The settlement was when I knew it was done. Because people catch lawsuits all the time, but for you to go and settle and so some grave allegations like that, that's bad. In a statement, Ventura says, "I have decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control." While Combs' statement read, "I wish Cassie and her family all the best. Love." That was 2023. That same November 2023, one day before the window for filing suit under the adults. Two separate lawsuits alleging misconduct in the early 1990s are filed. Now, since then, there's been a bunch of lawsuits. Okay. Now, November 28th, Combs temporarily steps down as the chairman of Revolt. December 6th, the unnamed fourth person comes forward accusing Combs and others of gang rape. December 6, 2023, after only speaking through his attorney, up until this point, Combs denies the accusations via his Instagram post, "Enough is enough." Let me see if I can find that video because I don't know. Yeah, this was before he knew that the video was going to be released. The video that CNN eventually released. Anyway, September 16, 2024, Sean Combs is arrested by federal agents, right? September 11, 2024, another 10th lawsuit. Don Richard, we talked about all the lawsuits, right? But these are all the stuff that happened in the timeline. But till to date, we're still dealing with this. Last week, there was the hearing, or the trial started in New York City. And the defense, DIDDY'S defense, are trying to paint Cassie Ventura as a willing participant. She is the star witness, one of many witnesses. The case is the federal government against PDD, or the feds. And it's only going to get worse from this point. Well, it's going to get more interesting, I should say. It's going to get more interesting. But let me see. Somebody came into the studio. Okay, they also saw. So talk to me, Jerry. My G. Natu.
MOP, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I just came back from Nigeria last week, so I'm still like jet lag and I've resumed work. So I'm just kind of like doing, yeah.
But I know you went to Nigeria.
Yeah.
D said $2,500. Is that the price for busting Yash? Jesus Christ.
Exactly. But MOP, remember, Wendy has been telling us this for the longest.
Who has been telling us?
Wendy.
Oh yeah, Wendy has been talking about this.
Wendy has been talking about this for the longest. So a lot of videos have been popping up online.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one video that popped out. It was him and Justin Bieber on an interview on a live TV. And I think they asked him a couple of questions about PDD. And PDD said he knows better not to talk about what he does with Big Brother, Puffy, or is it Diddy in private or national television.
Mm-hmm.
That was Diddy's response.
Yeah.
So for the people that would think that Cassie is just coming out for the money, are delusional, because there are a lot of people that have been speaking out about this, and there has been one pattern to this. If they really want to look at this thing well and be sincere to themselves about it, there's a pattern. He has a pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of his victims, especially people like Cassie, he tries to get them involved so that when the chips go down, it's not going to be like he forced them into it. And that's what his defense team are trying to use against Cassie right now.
Yeah.
And I guess these are the things that made his relationship with this girl didn't last. What's her name? Steve Harvey's daughter.
Oh, that one.
It was brief.
So what's her name? Lori Harvey. Will Lori Harvey claim that she hasn't seen things too?
Of course she has. But Diddy's things are pro max. Dude goes extra. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
His things are extra.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of accomplices.
There is.
But I don't think that can be used to justify Diddy. I think he's probably like 10,000 times bigger than any of the accomplices.
That's true.
So if they take him down, it's just as good as anything else, you know. So, because a lot of people are still, they think this is like their street drug lord. So they are asking for, what about other people? They think this is a situation where people are snitching on each other and you have to name it. It's like, no,
They
like,
think this
no.
is yeah, they think it's kind of like Epstein kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Epstein was probably the least amongst his accomplices. I
You know,
think,
another thing I feel about this stuff, right?
mm-hmm.
I feel like the guy is and was power drunk. So everything that he was doing at that time, he wants to be on top. He didn't want to be doing it with people that would be like on the same level with him or higher than him.
Yeah.
So most people that he was doing that with are either like probably the same level with him, not much, but most of them are like below.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think they said Don Richard is going to take the stand. I bet
Please
she
don't
took the
Richard.
stand already. Don Richard is the girl that was one of the group.
What's his latest girlfriend's
Dirty
name? I
Diddy.
forgot her.
Um, the summer girl, real quick. The hot
What's
summer
that
girl.
black girl?
The
Yeah,
hot
that
summer
black
girl.
girl.
Young Miami, something like that.
Young. Is she also a musician?
Yeah, now she was part of a group. What's the name of the group? I know they had a song called. I think the song is called Hot Summer Girl, right? But I
Why is
forgot the
she
name of the group.
silent? I didn't hear anybody talking about her. She needs to come and tell us
She
that one. We're still
she,
loyal to
she
Diddy. She's now.
I think she was still with Diddy till the very last minute.
She was.
Yeah, I think she was. And I don't think she's I think she's just gonna quietly escape her into her life, you know, and just I think that's what she's going to do. Just quietly escape. I still saw her on an interview the other day, but she's not talking at all about Diddy. But I'm trying to see right now if there's any kind of update. Uh, Cops called to Diddy's Miami. Okay, young Miami explains why she wouldn't date 50 Cent or Michael B. Jordan. This was just like March where she was talking
Those
about
ones
this
are
one.
saints now. They don't do
I
the
know, right?
madness that she does.
She needed a bad boy, a proper bad boy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think she's also involved on the free because there are some statements that she made
Mm-hmm.
to someone one time. I said if she wants to get the person, like she knows how to do to get the person. So she is also involved in those kind of crazy. But you know another thing that I found crazy?
Mm-hmm.
His kids going to court.
You do?
I'll never understand that part.
May God not let you understand it. You will not have any of your family member
I mean, no.
end up in this kind of situation where you have to understand or you have to debate should you go or should you not go.
MOP. Let's
Mm-hmm.
just be honest. I think my family they also know me with that. Don't go and involve yourself in this kind of rubbish that
Mm-hmm.
entails people's life and expect people like me to back you up. I'm not gonna be there. I'm not gonna be there. That's
Would
just
you
the truth.
if you enjoyed the lifestyle that I gave you as part of
I
the
do
whole
not
the
care, sir.
enterprise, you if
Mm-mm.
you are my daughter, you won't come and support me.
No, no. I'm sorry. Even when my dad and my mom had their issue, when my dad is wrong, he knows I will not support him. When my mom is wrong, she knows I will not support her.
No, but it's
That
not
one,
the support is not it's not a support of the behavior.
I will not, sir. The support is part of the support for the behavior. There's no how you want to put
No,
it.
no, it is
If
not.
you like, dress it,
You're wrong.
put makeup, raw powder, put a frontal weave to look better. I'm not.
So, so think of it like this way. Even at our regular level, right? You have a crisis because of their bad behavior, or maybe they are overspender. But now
Mhm.
they are in a space where they are really, really down, and you're in a position where you could support them, even if it's morally. Even let's say you are the brokers, but you could call them and say, "Hey, did you find a way to take care of that situation or something like that, right?" And you say that to them, right? Is supporting them while they are down like that the same thing as the support of their bad financial habits?
It's the same thing.
No, it is not. What do
It's
you
the
mean
same
it's
thing.
the same thing?
Let me tell you, I have a cousin. I have a
you won't
cousin.
stretch your hands to pull them up if you could, even if
No,
you
I have
know.
no. I have a cousin that we're very close. When I mean close,
Hmm.
we grew up together. We do stuff together. He makes a lot of bad financial decisions. Me and one of our my other cousins have been supporting him, but he now got to a point where we got his wife a job and we just ignored him. Do you understand what I'm saying? So before he got married, few months before he got married, he
Hmm.
went and got into an entanglement with another girl and he got STD.
Okay.
And he called me to tell me. I was talking to him. The moment he mentioned, I just dropped the call. I'm like, deal with it. He was like, oh no, he messed. I'm like, that's on you, bro. You already have your wedding date out. What freaking entanglement are you doing with another lady? Like, no. He would tell you for a fact. He would tell you that. I will support a lot of things, but there's some things that I'm sorry, I'm not going to be a part of that. I don't know
So,
where you got the money to go through
do
and stuff,
you
but
do you know that dropping that call could be a form of supporting him? You're holding him accountable,
okay. But
right?
I didn't give him my money to go and do treatment, yeah.
Treatment of STD.
Yeah,
He will figure that one out. Now, I'm talking about if it's just STD he needs to treat. Is this in the Yankee or Niger?
Niger.
Okay, so he needs the money. But hopefully he'll figure that out. But what I'm saying is, if let's say he was about to be homeless because of his financial habits in the last 2 years, let's say he actually got a grant for 1 million naira that he was supposed to use for business, but somehow he misappropriated the money, and you've always warned him, but now he's down really bad. You're saying you're not going to pick up the phone and at least give the person moral support at all?
If I, in this kind of situation, and let me tell you what is sad. What's
Mm-hmm.
sad is that you are just telling this story that happened. So I'm trying to check if you're in my family WhatsApp group. I'm trying to check your number if you are, because that
These
thing that
things are
you're saying,
happening now.
that thing that you said exactly happened. I knew the money.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came to where he's looking for rent. I'm like, no, we're not doing that. Because the reason why we wanted you to do those stuff for yourself is to avoid things like this. I'm not going to put myself in a situation where because I want you to feel better and I want to help you out, I've done what I'm supposed to do as a sister. But if you do, so go figure yourself out. I didn't call him to ask him if he has paid it. I don't care. I didn't call him. We've had other discussions aside that, but I didn't call to like, oh, were you able to? If I said, were you able to sort it out? And he said, no, what am I going to do? And will I provide a solution? If I'm not providing a solution, why am I asking if you have sorted it out?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah. So
I'm not going to do that.
in my opinion, if you ever find yourself in a situation where a family member, a friend, find themselves down bad in a mess, because especially if the person has already been arrested, right? That means they're already serving time. They're already being punished for their crime, or even being in the vicinity of that crime at all, because they're locked up, right? um this When we say something is a moral support is a nuanced thing, right? So I understand that part, that is a nuanced thing, but part of the things that makes us prestige people is being able to navigate nuanced situations, right? um Even though with my it's it's obviously a difficult decision, right? For certain people, for me it's not that difficult, but I can understand why it might be difficult for certain people. If you're kind of like a straight up person and you like to hold people accountable, if they participate in bad behavior or now they're down badly, your first instinct is to call them out on the bullshit and actually let them go and sort it out because I don't want you before, right? That kind of thing, right? But moral support is does not focus on the actions. It focuses on the person, the humanity of that person, the fact that that person um is still human and they're
MOP, I
alive,
understand, but his
you
girls
know.
going there to go listen to those testimonies,
How old
really
are the
though?
how old are the girls? How old are
I
they?
don't know, but I think it should be close to 20.
Okay, because I'll be interested to know if they're legal adults, right? It could mean so many things. It could be, while I'm going through this, I need to see my girls. This is bad. I committed the worst. I put myself in bad. I put my family in bad situations. But I'm gonna need to see my girls while we're going through this. It will help me. If I don't see my girls, I don't know if I'll be able to survive this. Right? Well, that's the kind of thing we're talking about. It could. You could also call it manipulation. You already know that this guy has a tendency to manipulate too, right? But forget his manipulation for a second. I'm talking about as a family member, close enough family member that's enjoy a certain type of lifestyle because of the productivity that has happened through his enterprise, right? So then also, if a case is still going on, are we not supposed to presume innocence until proven guilty? We're talking about the criminal aspect of things. Now
Yimu.
I'm navigating away from the morals of it, right? Morally, he's wrong. Me and you can conclude that this guy has committed grave offenses, right? But there's a reason why the government are taking it through a process. So we still have to presume innocence. In that moment, I think all our family members, friends deserve our moral support, whatever that means. Now, if you can't show up there for your own reason, maybe it's too much for your mental health or something, then you can gracefully bow out. You can still show that person moral support without coming there. But I think the kids showing up to the court is more of a sign of moral support than anything, and it doesn't negate the fact that they're already distressed over the situation altogether, right? And also, when you're dealing with someone like a public figure like Pop Daddy, yeah, he probably needs all his children. You see how they hold each other's arms as a form of support to a family? Because family, at the end of the day, family over everything. So did that change your mind?
Nope.
Egbe. So now, moral support is not the same thing as supporting a bad behavior. It's not an endorsement. It's not. And we need to know how to separate that anyway. So it's very, very different. And there's a criminal case going on. I think he deserves the support of his family just for being a human being. That is, until, even after they jail him for a lifetime, he still deserves a visit every now and then from the closest people to him. And you don't think he deserves that visit too? I'm asking. If he ends up with a life imprisonment now, does he deserve visit to the prison?
Of course he does.
Wait, what's the difference? So what's the difference?
No, but coming to court and listening to those testimonies, I would rather the kids visit him like alone time or going and listen to all of that. I don't think how he feels that's okay.
Okay, all right.
Black that mom, MOP cannot, don't my MOP is my guy, can't gaslight me. Me, I have, don't even know that he has equipped me with shock absorber. So it's giving me, I'm giving back, but
Let me see. Kesley, shout out to Kesley. Kesley said those involved in this criminal trafficking organization can be identified. Reserved series license plates, tattoos, decals, even the red shrubbery used at residences and businesses. Interesting. All right. Black Diamond said, I agree with Natu. His girls especially shouldn't be there hearing all this atrocious things. This is not the example of a man they want in their lives. They're always going to have this man in their lives. What do you mean? What do you mean? Anyway, he deserves a visit from his ancestors, him, Mata Tisumi. Okay. I think it's going to be an interesting case. I think we know what we know. We saw the video that we saw. I think that man has been sick for a long time. For 30 years. I think the longer it took, the harder it was probably going to be for him to fix himself. Listen to this video again. Many of you were inspired. That video you were talking about with him and Justin Bieber, I'll see if I can find it. That video was considered an inspiration once upon a time. Do you understand me, Nacho?
Stop the cap.
That video was because you know how many
I
people
was about to say that, but thank you for playing that.
Do you know how many kids want to blow like Justin Bieber? And by the way, Justin Bieber and they made a statement in the last few days or so, saying they are denying anytime. But let me see if I can find that statement real quick. They're denying anything that looks like he was not molested by Diddy, because that's one of the things that but who knows. Justin Bieber too has been going through his own stuff, so you never know with this kind of stuff. Let me see here. Justin Bieber. Okay, I can't find it. Anyway, this video right here, listen to this.
What we doing, we can't really disclose.
As Sean Diddy Combs enters his 5th day in federal court.
Hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose.
Is that what you're talking about? Not to.
No, it's not that one. No, not this one.
Not this one. Okay.
No, it wasn't.
I know they have a couple of clips out there. Some people are taking this out of context. People are taking all the clips out there out of context. Doesn't? I guess it can tell us a little bit the kind of personality that he is. But a lot of people interpreted this as inspiring when it was happening. They just thought of it as hustle. Oh man, there's a lot of teenage girls were running after this little boy. They were using him to make money. He was making money. He was building his own career. They plugged him with Puff Daddy as a mentor, the same way they plugged Usher with Puff Daddy as a mentor. At the time, he was actually signed to Usher. I'm talking about Justin Bieber was actually signed to Usher, and he was plugged for 48 hours as part of his show with Puff Daddy. You could see him in some other videos saying he's gonna let him drive around in, I think it was a Ferrari. You know, he wants to turn 16 in like the following year. I think it was 15 at this time. You know, so a lot of people took advantage of the personality, the hustle spirit that Puff Daddy brought to the table. Not just that, a lot of people worked for him. A lot of people made multiple 6 figures, multiple 7 figures in income working for him. A lot of people were entertained by so many stars that this guy was instrumental in bringing to the forefront. So, are we responsible for him? Absolutely not.
Stop the cap.
No, we're not. Okay, he's gonna have to face this music all by himself, and guess who's gonna be entertained by it in a twisted way? Us. But hopefully we can extract some lessons out of it, you know. But Natu, let me hear your last points. Let me round up. Thank you, Jerry, for coming up. Natu. Yes. Natu, are you there? I'll drop her off in a second so I can round up. Let's see here. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Okay. That's Justin Combs right there, by the way. They kind of look like Puff Daddy, I see. Those are the children coming out of the court. Yeah.
What do you want to say about this case?
It's a good sign,
What do you
guys.
want to say to supporters?
Good sign. It's a good sign. You got good. It's a good sign. It's a good sign. I love the smile on the faces.
Is today a hard day in court?
I like the smile. Keep the smile, guys. I love the smile on the faces. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's the best you guys can have right now. Keep the smile up, guys. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Keep that smile, guys.
Keep that smile, guys.
Of the testimony in the sex trafficking trial against Sean Combs ended with a former member of one of Combs' musical groups on the witness stand. Dawn Richard says that she saw Combs attack Cassie Ventura in 2009. Richard is suing Combs in federal court, accusing him of sexual assault and battery. She'll be back on the witness stand on Monday. Now, the star witness of the week, though, was Cassie Ventura, Combs' former girlfriend. Her civil suit against Combs led to this trial in part, and the singer and actress recounted how she met Combs when she was a teenager, worked with him under contract at his record label, and eventually became his girlfriend. She answered questions about how the alleged abuse began, how it led to the so-called freak-offs. She said that she was coerced into participating in and coordinating. Her week on the stand ended with Combs' defense lawyers interrogating Ventura about the incident seen on surveillance video of Combs attacking Ventura in a hallway at a hotel. And while under cross-examination, she discussed her inpatient treatment for mental health problems and taking medication for opiate addiction. With us now, trial attorney, legal analyst, and crisis manager Monique Presley. She's also the host of The Daily Show, Make It Make Sense with Monique Presley. Thank you for being with me. So let's start with the defense here, because their lift this week was to convince the jury that Cassie Ventura was willingly engaging in these freak-offs and this activity, that she was not forced, she was not coerced. It's up to the jury to determine that. But how much progress do you think they made on that path?
I think that the defense did what they were supposed to do this week, because though you call it a lift, obviously where the burden is concerned, the burden is on the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest standard in the law. And the defense doesn't have to prove anything right now. Sometimes it looks like burden shifting and it looks like there's a case that has to be made on the other side, but that's not true. So I think because we heard a significant amount of testimony from Ms. Ventura, that maybe the jury could take either way. The defense did not have as hard of a job this week as I thought they would.
Yeah. And you're right to point out that the onus is on the prosecutors. The defense can simply stand up and have nothing to say. It's totally up to the prosecutor. So let's move to that side of the courtroom. I had a judge on earlier this morning who said that she doesn't see a racketeering conviction. I reminded her we're a week into an 8-week trial. So there's more to come. But what do you see as it relates to that specific charge and what we heard from the Ventura testimony and just the earliest part of Don Richard's testimony?
Right, and I've got to agree with that judge. What I said, I spoke with your dear colleague Laura earlier in the week, and I said, I don't see it yet. That doesn't mean we won't see it, but because Ms. Ventura has been promoted as the star witness, I don't think it's established there. And here's why. I think that there's a good bit of time being spent on domestic abuse. And while the domestic abuse is hideous, it is horrible, there's no justifying it, he's not charged with it, Victor. So they're using it in order to show that there was this environment of coercion, but there's several things that Ms. Ventura said that lean the other way. So whether it was the initial questioning where she said the reason why she started doing the freak-offs was because she loved him, whether it was her testimony that she started to view it really was like a job, that she was the person who was making the arrangements. She was the person who was contacting the travel agent for the escorts. She was the person who was selecting the different escorts based on certain parameters. None of that testimony necessarily goes to what the prosecution is hoping to prove. But here's the other thing I'll point out. The jury may be looking at Ms. Ventura as a co-conspirator, as a willing participant in a criminal enterprise. That doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a criminal enterprise. It just means to me that the prosecution is going a long way to try to prove that Ms. Ventura was forced into an action that I think they can get their proof on where Mr. Combs is concerned, whether Ms. Ventura was involved by force or whether she was involved by choice. It would still be a crime if they can use the rest of the time they have in this trial to show that the racketeering and the sex trafficking actually existed.
Interesting. So Don Richard, she faced a few questions on Friday. She'll be back on the stand on Monday. The difference, one of the differences here is that Cassie Ventura's civil case against Combs and his companies, that's been settled. Richard's civil lawsuit is still pending. Does that impact how these attorneys approach her if they try to color this as some way of I guess, supporting her civil case? How does that difference impact the approach to these witnesses?
I think that can be
is that Cassie Ventura's civil case against Combs and his companies, that's been settled. Richard's civil lawsuit is still pending. Does that impact how these attorneys approach her if they try to color this as some way of I guess, supporting her civil case?
All right, so I don't know. I didn't know that was what they pronounced as Richard. I call it Richard anyway. Richard, Don Richard. Okay, but I've got some other clips here that I want to play. This will be interesting. Let me see what this guy is saying here, and we'll take it from there.
From what I saw.
Wait, before we get into that, let me. D says he also inspired hope among many black people that huge success is possible within a predominantly white society. Yes, absolutely, he did, and people bought into it. You know.
Fessi,
let's listen to Daddy Freeze.
I swear to God, to say they drink beer for send you beer today. This sounds like just want to collect revenge. I'm not saying the guy is a good guy. I'm not fighting.
Wait. Once you start hearing, I'm not saying this guy is a good guy, you know what's about to come from there, right? You already know, right? I'm not saying the guy is a good guy, but it sounds like he wants to collect revenge. Who wants to collect revenge? Let's go back to what the case is. Diddy versus what? What is this case? Puff Daddy versus, what's his name? Sean Combs. Let me make sure I'm saying it the right. I've been saying federal government versus United States of America. Okay, Department of Justice actually came right up. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, I think I actually found it. You know, we have to keep things keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. Is this the case that we're looking for, by the way? I'm looking at this case on the screen. It says United States District Court, Southern District of New York, United States of America versus Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Love. Okay, so is this, who is finding revenge? Is it United States versus United States? What revenge as to what? Oh, he's talking about Cassie. He thought it was a case of Cassie. No, Cassie already collected $20 million. That one's done. Plus $10 million from hotel. That's a done case. That's completely a done case. Let me see what it says. For decades, Sean Combs, the defendant, others around him fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on employee resources. This is what makes it enterprising, right? Creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage, among other crimes, sex trafficking. This is the case. I think this is I'm trying to look for the date when it was stamped. Is this a date right here? All you legal people, is that a date? 24 Cream 542. What is that? I'm trying to see. Let's see what date it was signed. Maybe you can tell us something. There's no signature. Damian Williams for person. I think it's the case because this came from justice.gov, right? So this is the case. But I think Daddy Freeze did not know that it is. But let's hear it. No, wait. Now let's go back.
I'm not saying the guy is a good guy. I'm not fighting his battle. But no be Cassie. Cassie, where person say, intel and say, shower, we get gold inside.
Golden shower.
Cassie no look like.
Oh God.
She look like say she did part of the process, but then the con catch and she can't say I know they there, and then inside.
Wait, she looked like she did part. She looks like she's part of the whole thing. Like, okay. I have no doubt that she has moments where she was willing to participate. I have no doubts about that. But the United States don't really care about that. They're using this to support cohesion part of their formula. That case is closed.
She also received some bad treatment. Because my question is, why didn't she leave? Now Yankee, you dey, you know, the Nigeria. Now Nigeria, they tie woman down. Woman no fit go anywhere. You dey Yankee.
So again, that's because people keep thinking, including the freeze, keep thinking that this is purely, they think about this as more of a physical, tangible thing as opposed to be a mental, emotional captivity, which is probably the greatest of it all. But why didn't you leave? This is, at some point, that question, you have to be able to answer it yourself at some point, you know. Why did they leave? That's a good question. Are you waiting for the answer? Abi, you have your own opinion that they just want to be a part of it.
Why didn't you leave? And something inside me tells me that she was exposed to a certain lifestyle that she enjoyed. She might not have enjoyed the freaky all through.
No, actually, she enjoyed it, but it doesn't make her not a victim. That's the part that all of you, including Daddy Freeze, are struggling with. She might have enjoyed it. It doesn't make her not a victim. Okay, it's like saying a 15-year-old enjoys sex with a 52-year-old man. It doesn't make it not illegal or a crime. You understand? And if the feds bring a case against you, United States, they're not concerned about your belief system in terms of is it okay for a 50-year-old to be with a 15 or not. They are more concerned about the definition according to the books today. Is that a crime or not? And they're not just going to dictate to you, because they're not dictators. They will have a jury decide on it, right? And you're probably going to go away for a long time. Let's listen.
Well, she definitely enjoyed the money, the champagne, the parties, the status.
Okay.
Someone said she admitted she was hurt and didn't feel heard enough.
What?
Confusion and feelings.
Confusion.
People and feelings.
Oyinbo people are feeling, by the way, either Oyinbo or black or any one of us. Nobody cares about anything outside of their feelings. The opinion he's about to make is coming from his feelings too. Same thing. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe our definition of feelings is off, right? If she didn't feel heard, that's just somebody who have learned how to describe or express themselves with respect to how they felt. Now, does the court use just your feelings to take people away for life? No, they don't. They don't. But it's a big part of the equation, because by the time you match this person's feelings with this person's feelings, we'll see the actual truth somewhere in between. But we're just giving opinions, Sha. No issue. But Daddy Freeze is giving his opinion. Let's keep going.
Everything I feel. They say Hindus have the lowest divorce rate. The divorce rate of Hindus now 1%.
And
why do Igbo people have so high divorce rate? Because it's based on feelings.
Actually, that's not accurate. If you were to isolate all of the variables and you bring it down to that one variable, which is if you're Onyibo or you're non-Onyibo, they don't have the highest divorce rate. Okay. By the way, in America here, the black people have the highest divorce rate. But I guess when you say Onyibo people, maybe you meant Western people in the Western world. Well, because of options, people have choices. People can exercise options, right? But when we say these things, we should ask why, not just conclude that, not just make a very premature conclusion from it. Why? So if Onyibo people, in terms of Western people, have the highest divorce rate, why? Be patient. Ask other people. Talk about it. Discuss it in a discussion group. Why? What could be the reasons, right? It is not Ijare. Let's not deceive ourselves. All this traditional is the way. See, you're not willing to wait for the answer. Maybe that's why they keep divorcing your ass, because you're not patient. Maybe that's why you keep getting dumped. Hindu people, why? Maybe they have a structure that makes their women feel safe. Maybe it's still feeling they feel safe to stay in that relationship, right? Because if they stay in that relationship and they don't feel safe, and maybe it's just recorded paper, maybe they are killing themselves inside. Have you ever considered that? What else is going on in that situation? See, at the end of the day, we have to get to the core of why choose to stay or why they don't stay. Or a group of people tend to stay or they don't stay. If you're going to solve for it, you have to be willing to acknowledge that there's so many variables. And it is not just because you're Oyibo or Western and the other people are not Western. It's not that simple. because as you can see, the idea of westernization is happening to everywhere in the world anyway. So I don't know how long we're going to keep separating that. Maybe for now, maybe another 10 years, we will now realize that inside of that Lagos, they westernized more than people in Yankee or London. Maybe you guys will get it at some point, But right now, just know that people have options, have autonomy. The civilization brings autonomy, and maybe if you celebrate that, maybe they will be feeling safer to stay with you, right? Maybe. It's just a consideration, something to consider. Let's continue.
Do you realize that 10 years ago, my dream car, if they give it to me today, I no go one driver. But that was my dream car 10 years ago. Feelings are fleeting. What I wanted 10 years ago that looked like magic then. I never believed that I'll own a Mercedes-Benz. I've always been a BMW guy. This is my second Mercedes. I've never owned a BMW in my life.
Because feelings, they are exactly what they're supposed to be. That's just one way we express ourselves. The fact that it's fleeting, which is a fact, that's okay. That's what it's supposed to be. The idea of shutting down feelings equates somehow to not being a determining factor in our decision making, in how we express ourselves. Like, wait, Baba, it's not going to happen. And I'm not saying just for the ladies or for a Cassie, it's for all of us. All of us. See what I'm doing right now? I'm expressing my feelings. It has elements of logic in it. It has elements of the fact that I'm learned, I read, I'm studying, I'm dealing with this case from time to time. Yes, it has my experience in it, right? It's educated by my experience, my education, or everything I know, right? Guess what? It still is feelings, right? So if she said she wasn't feeling heard, she wasn't feeling, it is being noted down as, guess what? A fact. What is the fact? The fact that she said she felt unheard. So if this was your marriage, your relationship, if somebody comes to you and say, I don't feel seen in this relationship, that is the problem with you guys. It's always this feeling things. You know what you're doing? You're denying facts. Because somebody just gave you a fact. You can write it down and say she felt. This is a fact in real time. But you are denying it. You are blue pill. You rather live in La La Land, in fantasy land, where that fact does not exist. Whereas somebody just presented a fact. Yeah, but it is a lie. The fact that they told you a lie is a fact. Write it down. Consider it. That's how you critically think about this kind of things. You can't just use your feelings and then say you are trying to shut down feelings. That is your feelings. And now you are being overridden by your feelings. As opposed to say, hey, I feel some type of way. That is a fact. I feel this type of way because this person is expressing their feelings. The feelings they're expressing sound so far from the truth. But let me listen. Maybe we can find a common ground somewhere. But no, you get caught up in your feelings. So you shut them down before they can talk. You dismiss them. They should just go away somewhere with their feelings. Whereas you too, you're expressing your feelings. All of us are expressing our feelings. Okay, it's a default. It's always going to be there. You're arguing with your destiny. Everybody's expressing their feelings.
People switch. You can't base a marriage on just feelings. I just they hear all this. She feels. Are you okay? What's wrong? She feels.
What did Daddy Freeze just do right now? Maybe one of the daughters or his son or the wife just walked into the room with a facial expression and he stopped. Shout out to Daddy Freeze because I'm using this video within fair use guidelines. And what did he do? He got caught up in his feelings for men, for a good cause. He felt he needed to protect his family in that moment. He stopped. He stopped the show in front of all of you. He said, wait, are you okay? What's wrong? That is a good thing by itself. It's neither good nor bad. It's just something, it's who we are. Feelings, emotions. Now, he said something, said you can't run a marriage purely based on feeling. That is a correct statement. That is a fact. However, when we are applying that fact, that factual statement, there's another problem that gets created, right? We have a solution. The solution is we cannot run marriages on purely feelings. But how do you apply that in real life? How do you apply that in real life will be the next problem to solve. Application is another layer to it. How do you make sure that your own feelings is in check when you're applying the fact that you cannot run a marriage based on purely feelings? What do we do with that? We have a plan. We plan to create a good marriage. We understand that we're going to get caught up in our feelings. Oftentimes, we're going to feel some type of way sometimes. You're going to feel like I'm not your friend sometimes. Feelings, default. I'm going to feel like you're not my friend sometimes. What do we do in these type of situations? Well, we're going to express our feelings and make sure that we acknowledge our feelings. And then once you feel right, everything else feels right. Everything else become right. Once you feel wrong, all your sense of morals, the same moral that make you want to shut down feelings, will go right out the window. And then you now say the person is caught up in their feelings and they don't allow you to lead. Whereas you're expressing your feelings too. And now you're not just expressing your feelings. Expressing your feelings is a good thing. But you're operating from your feelings. You're operating a vehicle that you're supposed to be in control of. You're supposed to be in charge of. You're operating it from a standpoint of feelings. And you're doing it in a blind spot here because you are also calling the other person out for operating in their feelings. So there's a big problem here. Miscommunication. You're speaking two different languages, even though it sounds like all of you are speaking Yoruba. But there's confusion. Because I use the same word, you use the same word, we're accusing each other, and it requires somebody to lead us out of the funk. But everybody is caught up in their pride. And they call it, no, stop the feelings. We cannot bring the feeling into it. But feelings is always going to be here. If it's always going to be here, why not just acknowledge it? If you acknowledge their feelings, it might make it a little bit easier for them to get out of their feelings. And then feel safe. They're not seeing shit. They're human beings. They're feeling always. It's always going to be feel. Am I encouraging that people should operate out of their feelings? No, I'm encouraging you to allow people around you to express their feelings so you can see the truth of what you're dealing with as opposed to denying the truth and calling it, let's not entertain feeling. You're dismissive. They can't feel safe around you. When you tell them to get out of the feelings, guess what they're going to do? They're going to get caught up more in their feelings. Whose fault? Yours. Because clearly you don't know what you're doing. Because you're creating bad results, even though your intentions is for us not to get caught up in the feelings. But you're creating bad results. And the result is all that counts, ultimately. Daddy Freeze, the great Daddy Freezer is still talking.
I feel, they feel, we feel. It's worrisome. Yes, we saw that video where him been touched very bad. And she has a case when she say he force him. Now solid case until she collect money, $25 million. So that case is closed. You can't bring that up again. You've been paid.
Guess who can bring that up, sir? Guess who can bring that up? Guess who can bring that up? The feds. Why? Well, forget the feds. The Fed agents, the prosecutors, the one that will make a career from saying, I put PDD away for life. That person? Yeah. Oh, yeah, they will bring it up. Why? Why should they bring it up? No, you're right. The case was closed. But why should they bring it up? Well, it's just an example of how forceful, cohesive this person operates their enterprise. Just an example, that's all. So why should she come and do the testifier? I know. Maybe it's part of her healing process. Maybe she felt the need to save other people from the same behavior. Maybe. Just maybe. I'm just saying, maybe. I don't know. We're just following the case all together, right? I feel, you feel, you feel like, I feel like. My point is, so usually, men, we don't say, I feel like, we're like, what we do is we say, my point is, you're arguing with your wife. Something that me, I don't tell you to avoid for the rest of your life. Avoid it. If you see disagreement, change it for her. Active listening. What is our point of contention? You don't have to figure it out today. Just listen. Take your time to figure it out. But no, I feel to argue. And then you're the one that's factual and logical. No, you're caught up in your feelings. It is you that you're caught up in your feelings. So what about Puff Daddy with all that money? Is he caught up in his feelings too? What do you think? Why do you think a person will be running freak offs when there's billions of dollars that could be made? Why do you think they feel the need to satisfy that urge until they self-destroy themselves? Guess what? It's probably feelings too. Yeah. These same feelings that we're trying to run away from. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna run from feelings. It's like your shadow everywhere you go, especially if you're interacting with other human beings. I'm a black and white type of person, so, and that's your feelings talking. You just label it black and white. That's all. I'm just a blunt person. I'm a straight shooter. Lies. Okay, not lies. You're expressing your feelings.
I've been paid well. 25 mil, no be beans, no be Beyonce. Someone said the man was very powerful and took no. You people that are talking about America like America is Ajegunle. So that means America is not safe. Mbana, please start coming back home.
No, Daddy Freeze, I need you to come to. When you come here, I got you. Launch on me. No, you need to come. Okay, you need to come again to America, please, Daddy Freeze. All right. Humans are the same everywhere. If you live here long enough, you will know. You will finally know, hopefully, that humans are the same everywhere. You can zero saying yeah. You can put many zeros behind it before at the end of the day, there's a frame of reference. There's a context, right? So we have to respect the context, yes. But at the core, it doesn't matter if it's Ajegule or not. When there's a power dynamics difference, people will oppress themselves. It has nothing to do with if America is safe or not. Okay. I know way too many. A friend of mine just came to oh my god. A friend of mine just came. Hold on, guys. Let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's take a quick break. I'll answer this call. I'll be right back. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We need to grab another bottle of water. Let me come to these comments, Jared. D, shout out to you. I see you're hanging out with me heavy today. I love the brotherhood. No, let me go from, let's see. He forgets the specific cultural nuances associated with Hindu people. Yes, there's nuances there. Absolutely. Good point. People are too focused on Cassie's DV case but the current charges are different. She has been brought in as a witness to help establish a pattern of behavior relevant to the alleged offenses. Exactly. That statement you just made is a big deal. It's not always easy for people to understand it. I love the brotherhood. The more they deny being led by feelings, the more it actually shows. We can totally see through it. Yes. But you have feelings too, DF, including your feelings about this case. Exactly. It's all feelings. Government or nobody big past the government. The established. Yes. Stop snitching. Stop the shalaye before you tell on yourself. Facts. MOP, I saw a hat today that says stop self-snitching. I immediately thought to myself, this is the equivalent of MOP's caution against too much shalaye. Yes, you tell on yourself. Absolutely. I know, say, I be prestige film student for a reason. A great one at that. Yes, you are, D. Yes, you are Natu together. All right, so let's continue. Daddy Freeze is still talking to us. This one, I think he actually changed this show at some point. I'm not sure how. I'm listening to this for the first time. By the time I saw that he was running this show, I think they were already talking about something else. But let's see how far it goes.
Someone even said $30 million. It's 25 from what I heard.
No, it's 20 plus 10. 20 plus 10. She got $10 million from the hotel. She got 20 from Diddy.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90%.
Okay, 20 million. Even if it's $1 million. Now money. No, wait to me, $1 million, 1.6 billion.
And so that money is a lot of money. There's no question about that, right? But you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of money. It's my feelings. To me, today, it's a lot of money. Okay? Maybe God will take me to another level in this lifetime where it's not a lot of money. Context. Feelings. There's some people out there that feel like 20 million is not a lot. Why was she asking for 10 million? It depends. What do you mean why she was asking for 10 million? Why does she deserve a 20 million? What do you mean? What kind of lifestyle was she used to in the last 11 years? What did it cost her? What does she feel it cost her? Feelings. Why did she feel it cost her? Considering her status in society, the fact that she can't just walk into a mall and come out, what does that mean? In the eyes of jury, in the eyes of people that assess this kind of things. Are they assessing with a jugular mindset? Probably not. Probably not. Are they assessing it considering Naira, that Naira is 1,500 Naira to $1? Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Rightfully so. Correlevant. Context. So he's saying it in the terms of 20 billion is a lot of money. Yeah. Yes, to me too. To Cassie, obviously, probably not. She wanted more. She wanted $30 million. Why did she? Now, back to context. Back to frame of reference. Back to anchoring an idea, an amount of money. You have to anchor it to something, right? What were they anchoring it to? They might ask for $50 million knowing that they might end up with half of it, so they can leave some room for negotiation because they actually know they have a case. They anchor it to something so that, okay, let's ask them, kind of 500 Naira. And then you say, Jaleko. And then they say, we can't go below 450 Naira. 300 Naira, uncle. Oh, yeah, malo. Right? Or we're like, okay, all right, just give me the 300 Naira. Okay, just depending, maybe you ask for the 500 Naira because you know that they might settle for 300 Naira. It's called negotiation, it's called anchoring, it's called, right? So you can't now turn around and say, that same Gary that they sell in Akure for 500 Naira. I don't know. Don't mind. Don't quote me. I haven't been in Nigeria in a minute. But they sell for one Congo. Back in the days, you'd be Congo Gary. I don't know if they still do that. But Congo Gary, somebody's like, Ola, you haven't been to Nigeria in a long time. Yeah, I know. Congo Gary for 500 Naira. Why are you in an African store in Brooklyn and you're trying to sell it to me for $20? What do you mean? Why don't you take a flight down to Akure to go and buy it for 500 Naira, then come back? Let's see how much that cost you. These are the kind of things that goes into your ability your critical thinking ability or your emotional intelligence abilities? Do you understand how to anchor ideas from one thing to another and understand the context and say, oh, that thing makes sense to you? Because that's basically what they're going to use in the systems of this world. And then you sit down there and say, you don't collect 20 million, so you're not supposed to come to court again. Like, says who? I mean, you don't collect 20 million, so that should have healed your emotional trauma. Says who? How does one compare to the other? Okay, it's a civil lawsuit. So she collected money so again, maybe hopefully she can figure something out. The only reason why they are doing that is because they have to bring it down to money at some point. But it's a civil case. This one we're dealing with today is criminal. Okay, and it's involving much more than Cassie. She's just an example of a behavior that contributes towards racketeering, conspiracy, running a criminal enterprise. That's what it is.
$20 million, not 32.
I will gladly go on Daddy Free's show to have this conversation with him, but he has such a big platform. There's too many people trying to jump on. Honestly, I just don't have the time to be sitting behind the scenes trying to jump on a person's show. I would love to, just in case he watches this. So Daddy Freeze, I would love to, but sometimes it's hard. All right, but this is wrong. This is the wrong angle to look at this kind of cases. This is no longer just an opinion. You know how like let people have their opinion. This is not an opinion. This is how you end up in trouble, or you end up raising a child, not him in particular, but that's how people end up raising a child that doesn't understand this kind of contextualized ideas, understanding contextualized what's the word I'm looking for? Discussion. You know, you have to we have to apply that when we're talking about any of these kind of cases. What is the context? If you bring me into a business as a consultant, and I don't have to know anything about the business, I just have to understand that I have to be willing to sit down for a little bit and learn some more about that business. Not only just about the business, the cultural nuances of the location of the business. Even if I have helped the business in another location, another country before, could count. Now I need to understand the culture of that place where I'm at. Right? But I'm still useful in that business. There's a core understanding principle that I'm bringing into that business. Part of that core understanding is knowing that I have to listen and gather some information, some data. What kind of data? Context is part of that type of data, right? But me understanding that is a core principle. There's some core principles here that you can apply anywhere, either in Ajegule or Niger. However, when it comes to like the variables, like price points, why $1 million is too much, or why somebody will not move to Niger or sell their house to move to Niger, just because you have to be willing to sit down and listen now and just listen to why people decide to do those kind of things. Why would one person value security more than the other person? Why would somebody say I can buy myself security? Why would somebody say I don't want to worry about having to buy myself security? Right? Me, I'm the kind of person that can say I will buy myself security. I understand why some people say I don't want to buy myself security. Why should I have to worry about the security of everybody on my street? I understand them too.
Billion. She joined 30 BG with just that case. 30 billion for the account here.
Did she? How much money are you guys going to collect from that D? How much money does the lawyers collect from the $30 million? What's the typical fee? The lawyer might end up with what? Like 10% of that? Maybe a little bit more? How much? That's still a lot of money. The lawyers know what they're doing.
So, another thing where P. Diddy say him be bad boy for life. He say in record label na bad boy. Wetin you expect make he be?
Don't
talk at any time saying be good boy.
Come on now. There's a guy, one of Diddy's associates, his name is Stevie J. He's always called himself a good guy. See, I'm the good guy. Okay, that guy on Love and Hip Hop. I haven't watched Love and Hip Hop in years now, so I don't think it's still on. But that guy, the Stevie J, who was also named, not in lawsuits. I don't think he was named in lawsuit. I think he was named in a lawsuit, in a civil lawsuit. But he's one of Diddy's associates. He ended up marrying Biggie's ex, Faith Evans. He also called himself a good guy. So what does that mean? Does that carry weight? So when somebody called themselves bad boy, what do you expect? We bring that up in a criminal case? I don't know. Okay, so I guess that frees has a point, because we can say, okay, somebody said their record label is Murder Inc. Remember Ja Rule, the guy that just passed away not too long ago. What's his name? The people that signed Ashanti, Irv Gotti, right? Irv Gotti, Ja Rule, Murder Inc. Incorporated. Of course, they ended up using the name, even in court. But they use it not as a one thing though. They use it amongst many other things, right? But it is, I'll give him that. He has a point. If somebody called themselves bad boy, what do you expect? But we can't, girls like bad boys now. Like, come on. Are we going to just take that out of context? Well, it is not our fault. It is Diddy's fault, because his job was to make sure that that name should have remained just a brand and it shouldn't be a company. But that's the feeling thing. Feelings. You put yourself in a position where you have to explain yourself. Anyway. Oh yeah, now, Daddy Fizz, talk to me, boss. Please. Talk to me.
So Cassie don't join 30BG. She's supposed to be Cassie 30BG. Someone said she did it for love. If P. Diddy was working in McDonald's, slapping patties inside buns, would she have stayed with him for love? Let's be keeping quiet. How can you not love one of a rapper that is almost a billionaire? What's there not to love?
Point of correction. He was declared a billionaire in 2022. He's no longer a billionaire now. You can forget about that. But love, when people say love, it's whatever, man. It's whatever. Guys, hold on 1 second, please. Hold on. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just chilling with you now. Shout out to you guys for hanging out with me, by the way. This DF can sell his very essence for money. Him I too big for money. People like this scare me. He reminds me of Kanayo in those movies. The people that like money. You don't like money, Black Diamond. You like money a little bit, right? Yes, MOP, typically from 10% upwards, could even be 40%. That's a lot of money that she will have to share. Now, on top of that money, let's say from the $30 million, let's say the attorneys got $3 million. Now they have to pay their employees. They have to pay for marketing so they can get more deals like this, right? It doesn't end. So when people say $30 million, give me any price. For me, I'm at the point where I'm like, what are you measuring against with respect to what? I do that not just in money, with everything. If somebody give me like an idea, an outright blanket, we call it a blanket idea, like I need to know the context before I can make any kind of conclusions. If it's too big, too small, too black, too white, I need to know. I need more information anyway. But Daddy Fizz is just telling us his opinion, which is fine. Yeah, now, boss. Talk to me. He's reading his comments. He's reading his comment. He's reading his comment.
If Diddy was washing cars in a car wash, he should
Uh-huh.
have done it for love.
All right, so that would not be an excuse for people to run a criminal enterprise. I know that's not what he's trying to say, but I think it's worth me saying it out loud that unfortunately, just because a girl is only attracted to you because of your money, which is, if anything, is a sign that you're lame, like many men anyway, it's still not an excuse to run. And the ignorance is not an excuse. They made me do it. It's not an excuse, But let me see what this guy said. This guy is always covering Diddy. What's his name? Let me see. His name is I forget his name now. Let me see. What's his name? His name is. Okay, let me open it up. Let's just listen. Murad Merali.
So Diddy and the Big Belly Boys. We have a army of Big Belly Boys who were outside the courts yesterday, and apparently they are trying to recruit people by saying, please wear these t-shirts, we'll give you $20 per hour, and you can also get a share of the Diddy coin. If this ain't got Diddy's children's names all over it, I don't know what does. Hey guys, that's more
Big Belly Boys. The children, wait, what?
Coin. If this ain't got Diddy's children's names all over it, I don't know what does.
I see free Diddy. There's a lot of people with free Diddy t-shirts. So he's saying that he thinks it's Diddy's children. It's possible. They might just be trying to put their hustle. Let's use this opportunity to hustle. Let's be like Trump. The Trump coin, right?
Hey guys, that's Morali, daily and consistent content, and let's get straight into this video where it's been reported, guys, that Diddy has released a crypto coin, and in doing so, it's getting wilder. He's getting people to pull up to the courthouse wearing free Diddy tees. Now, I would think that this is
Diddy coin. I'm done. Let me see how true this is. Diddy coin. There is, in fact, a Diddy coin came up on CoinMarketCap. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Check this out, guys. I know what you want, Diddy. I said Diddy. No, you're not Diddy in Jesus' name. You're not Diddy in Jesus' name. I know what you want. She said somebody's about to get raptured. It's okay. Daddy Freeze is done for today. Maybe another day. Let's see here. So I'm looking at this thing. It's called Diddy. This one, what date? This, you can see this one went straight to the top on 5/17. There's a Diddy coin, hey, on May 17. Wait, that's today. Is that today? This literally went up to how much is it? $0.0000167 and then almost instantly crashed back to 00 to 14. Okay, let's just say from 17 to 14, and it's literally trading as we speak somewhere. About $14,000 in this already. I think that's the volume right there. The market cap 14,000. They have 1 billion Diddy coin. They are supplying 1 billion Diddy that you guys can go and buy right now as we speak. The last 24 hours has come up by 9%. So if you were to catch it in the beginning, maybe you would have gained 9%. If you do this kind of shit, you lose your money. I'll tell you right now. But anyway, let me listen to the rest of the story. I can't. This is Murad. Let's go back to Murad. Okay, here you go.
with it wearing free DDTs. Now, I would think that this is more of an idea from Diddy's sons, whether it be Christian Combs or somebody hiring goons, hiring an organization to pay people. There was even somebody who obviously admitted that she basically was attempted to be recruited, but she refused and she's taking a video of them instead. So these men are trying to give people money in exchange for bigger crowds, and it's simply not working. This is an agenda. People want to act like Diddy obviously is some kind of hero, and really and truly none of this is working.
It's a victim,
this weekend there are no trial dates, and we thank the Lord. All of us need a break, apart from me. That's why I'm filming this video and, you know, giving you guys the updates for what is happening today. On the 13th of June, Chris Brown's trial, I believe, is going to commence in regards to what's going to happen. He's been officially charged. He has been denied bail. He's going to remain in custody.
Wait, what?
What's going to happen? He's been officially charged. Is going to commence in regards to... That's why I'm filming this video and, you know, giving you guys the updates for what is happening today. On the 13th of June, Chris Brown's trial, I believe, is going to commence in regards to what's going to happen. He's been officially charged. He has been denied bail. He's going to remain in custody for just under a month now. And with GBH, grievous bodily harm, you can face a minimum of 2 years and a maximum. Officially charged. He has been denied bail. He's going to remain in custody for just under a month now. And with GBH, grievous bodily harm, you can face a minimum of 2 years and a maximum.
Wait, did they say, is that not a drug, GBH? Bodily harmed in the UK? I think it was in the UK. He got arrested in the UK at a show. And then you're telling me it's not feelings. This is feelings. This people, well, I won't call it feelings outrightly, but my point is that it's a form of people operating under their own demonic feelings when they refuse to get the help they need. When they have so much power and so much money, they don't know what to do with themselves.
Life imprisonment sentence, and I feel.
Oh my God. Anyway, let me look at this one. Let's look at this boss right here. His name is Anton Daniels. I'm not a fan, but I'm a fan. I do come across his videos. I'm not a fan, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of his ideologies, but I'm a fan. He's a big YouTuber. Let's listen to it.
He testified for a second day. And here's some key takeaways about what was happening during the trial. And I'm going to try to follow along as much as I can to bring you guys up to speed on what's happening in these streets. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's rock.
Today, I was in court for Cassie Ventura's
so reaction to a reaction.
disturbing testimony against Sean Diddy Combs. And inside courtroom 26A in Lower Manhattan, the jury saw for the first time direct material from these so-called freak-offs that she says she was forced to endure. In just a moment, we'll go through everything that happened with my team of legal experts and court insiders. But first, let me bring you inside of this courthouse. You know what it feels like. I mean, the jury had a whole night to process the disturbing details of these freak-offs that were laid out yesterday with the eyes of Cassie Ventura. The graphic details, the alleged abuse, the drug.
No, let me see if we can fast forward.
Dame that I did for the thing. And for the other person, I forgot whatever their name was, that I sent the cash apps for. Or was y'all just like, wait a minute, I just sent them $200 a piece. Be blessed. Be blessed.
Even though
she even admitted that she would initiate the violence and would do some stuff to him. But see, the problem is.
So let me look at what's on the screen right now. Okay, GBS, that's grievous bodily harm. Thank you, Jared D. I appreciate you. I need you guys. Cassie details Diddy's violent outburst. He beat me up after going to Prince's party, held her friend over balcony railing. We talked about that. Hit her longtime friend with the anger. He gripped me in my living room. Okay. Let me see what he said.
Usually it's to make you jealous.
Listen. I just want to get his commentary, see what he's saying. Let's see if it makes sense.
With Wagmeister, who you and I have been bosom buddies in this court. We've been sitting next to each other, watching it all go down, and you have a unique perspective on all this and the coverage you've been doing. Talk to me though about the scope and of the violence and the intimidation that she laid out in court today.
Yeah, Laura, so as you said, her first day of testimony yesterday really focused on these freak-offs. Today focused on the physical abuse, the domestic violence. This was the first time that the jury saw photo, we saw bruises.
Wait a minute. She was scared of him, but she wasn't scared to date while she was taking resources and was still with him.
All right, listen to that. Let's go back.
To date. So wait a minute.
Let me see the
You
comment that she
mentioned this
made.
gash on her eyebrow. We saw bruises all over her body, a black eye, a fat lip.
So wait a minute. She was scared of him, but she wasn't scared to date while she was taking resources and was still with him.
So she took resources. Wait, what did she take?
And was still with him. But she wasn't scared to date while she was taking
She wasn't scared to date. So I guess the dating other guy while she was taking resources. Interesting. What does that mean? Like she was getting paid? Or she was being taken care of by a boyfriend? Or I'm wondering, what does that mean? She was taken care of by a boyfriend. She was dating another guy. But she was, what about the sign for 10 album deals to a record deal? Would that count towards something? What about all her resources was being controlled? Probably even deals, corporate deals. I don't know that. I'm just saying, maybe probably the fact that we don't even know that. How can we claim she was taking resources just from the fact that we don't know exactly what is her resource or what is his resource? The one thing we know is that he's a powerful guy, and yes, he has resources, and yes, he was paying for a lot of stuff. But I wonder why he wanted to settle. If this was so true, right? Why did he want to settle? He just wanted to just go away. Oh, okay. Let's keep going.
Resources and was still with him. Because again, I listen. After Meg Thee Stallion, and I'm gonna go over the Tory Lanez case after this, and I'm gonna go over a whole bunch of other stuff. After all of that, I don't believe anything anymore from anything that anybody says. I look at the details. I look at I'm just not going for nothing. So she's scared, but she was going on dates. And let me tell you why women go on dates while they're with you. Let me tell you why they entertain other people. Usually it's to make you jealous.
Okay, so when women go on dates with other people, why they're taking your resources is to make you jealous. Now that's a fact that he just dropped. Gem, his opinion. Okay. The fact is that he gave an opinion. Are you confused yet? No, not yet. Wait. The fact is that he gave an opinion. You go on a date, you have an old man, a husband, a boyfriend, are committed, and you're going out on a date, right? There's a lot of things that could be going on. You want to make us jealous, but also you probably have low self-esteem if you're doing that, okay? You probably feel like you don't have any other way out than to participate in bad behavior, so you must also denigrate yourself. Is that a word? Devalue yourself because you want to make another person feel less value, right? There's all those other facts that we can look at and say, this person is sick. Let me just dismiss them so they can move on with their life. But I'd rather look at it as they want to make me jealous. So I can now make them jealous back. Let me guess. What's going to happen when I now know for a fact that they're trying to make me jealous? What's about to happen? Let's see. Listen. He said something profound.
I'm telling you the truth.
He said the truth. Hey, he said the truth. Just take it or leave it. He said the truth, okay? He said, that's what it is. They're trying to make you jealous.
Reason why women do certain things, and I don't doubt.
Oh, this is getting more interesting already.
Updating this field is so confusing. The CR,
even for a minute that Diddy did some of the stuff that she said that he did, 100%. I think that she also did some stuff. It was participatory.
She also did. These people are so quick to say, why are you doing whataboutism? But then they want to say, she also did. She also did what?
Tori, I think that they were toxic towards each other. She even admitted that she would initiate the violence and would do some stuff to him. But see, the problem is the reason. Then she said, well, I would initiate the violence in order to do what? So you was beating on him, you was putting your hands on him, you was slapping on him, you was jealous because he had other women, and he never hid the fact that he always had a bunch of different women aside from you, in addition to you. And so you would initiate the violence, but you're not talking about the extent of the violence that you did. They were toxic together. She was over there doing stuff she knew would make him jealous. She going out with people that she know that he know in order to try to show up, knowing that he gonna find out. She living in his houses, had multiple different places and apartments of her own. You in the whole toxic situation, I'm just not going for it, fam.
You go explain, because no evidence.
This guy go explain tired. If you're a man and you buy into everything he just said, you go explain tired.
These nuts. Got him. Got him.
You go explain tired. Marriott, welcome. How are you doing? You go explain tired. It does not look like he will make sense to me. D. Oh, you didn't know Anton before? It's a big YouTuber. A lot of people believe in him more. I'm a fan. I'm not a fan of about 99% of what he has to say. So why are you following? So I can know all the stuff to debunk. It's always money with these uncles. They love to live vicariously through high value men. Yeah, it's the money. Unfortunately, the money can only go so far. If the money take you so far, eventually you're gonna end up in jail and you're gonna have to explain with no evidence.
You go explain, because no evidence.
Truth teller, yes sir. Am I 4 hours in? Yes. Today not today now. I told you I'm hanging out. I don't care if it's 2 of us here today with a hangout. Welcome, Marriott. Anyway, he's still talking. Anton is still talking.
Y'all, yes, they both doing drugs. They both doing freak offs. They both out here in the streets. Oh, because you now getting depressed because you woke up and they was peeing in your mouth, which is something that she testified by.
Mm-hmm.
And I just couldn't imagine being a husband and they're like, oh yeah, baby, I really do love you. I support you. You know, I'm never going to get the vision of you getting peed in your mouth out of my mind. And you just really just rocking out.
Jesus. Damn. That's a lot. That's a lot. Okay. That's a lot. The thing is that if she's participating in such behavior, I already said that at the very beginning of the show, that girl came from something is wrong with her background. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's bad parenting. I don't know if it's a bad lack of fatherhood, because I haven't heard of a father somewhere. Because somebody do that to my daughter, I'll be damned. I honestly don't know what I would do. Okay. But knowing the little bit I know about my daughter right now, I doubt she will ever end up in this kind of craziness. Just, again, I'm not saying absolute. I'm just saying I doubt it. It's just highly unlikely. And there's a lot you can tell about a child's personality from the very beginning. But it's much more deeper than pee in the mouth. Okay. To make this issue about peeing in the mouth, damn, it's much more deeper than pee in the mouth. Okay. By the way, some of the greats that you worship, they've peed in their mouth or they've peed in other people's mouth. So they've done the nastiest. Some of them could be your parents. They've done nasty things that you don't want to see. So what people do in their sexual world is what they do. But clearly that wasn't just their sexual world. It was quite public and nasty. We can just call it nasty and keep it moving. But to make it something you're about to use to exonerate Diddy, nah, bro, it ain't gonna happen.
Sorry, yo.
You're not about to use the fact that they pee in her mouth to suddenly make Diddy a little bit less guilty. We didn't even call him guilty yet. It's not guilty yet. Calm down. It's not guilty yet. It's presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. Calm down. Drink water. Don't be what's his name? Don't be an Akpabio and his cohorts. Calm down. There's a hearing going on. All right. Yes, she did bring up the pee in her mouth thing, but it was part of, they're trying to paint a picture of what the world they lived together. She admitted to it, but No, she did not commit a crime as far as the Fed is concerned right now, because she did not run an enterprise. Maybe she could have been, remember that CNN video I played earlier? She could have been a co-conspirator, but they haven't charged any co-conspirator. What they're saying is that this guy, all by himself, with the humongous power that he had, he was running an enterprise, a criminal enterprise. But we're here for it. Let me see. That's interesting. Marriott says internet men are crazy. Did you see the statement from my husband? I am happy for her. She got a man like that. That boy has a lot more to deal with. You can be happy for her or for him all you want, or happy for her. That's fine. Happy for her is perfectly fine. But that boy, are you happy for him? That's another conversation. Now, he's carrying a lot of weight, I'll tell you that much. Okay, kudos to him, but he's carrying a lot more weight than an average man will be willing to carry. I'll tell you right now for free. When I say average man, I'm not talking about just emotional intelligence. I'm just talking average man, period. To be to carry that kind of weight and have to deal with that kind of woman, it's got to be a lot, so I pray more grease to his elbows. I pray for wisdom to help him carry it, and strength. He's gonna need it. Her parents are still married. She started this mess at 19. Women are very impressionable when they are preyed upon. Okay, yes, when they are preyed upon. That's the part that Anton is arguing against. Anton is saying no, she preyed upon him, because now he's saying that she initiated violence sometimes. Maybe she got too comfortable. Maybe she thought she could get away with it until they gave her a backhand slap and she was like, ah. Anton should take several seats, please. This mindset irks me. This one does pass anger. We did on a date with you, MOP. Yes, D. Yes. I'm happy here for it. I'm happy for it. I know what my 19-year-old friend was getting up to with her 32-year-old boyfriend at the time. I couldn't wrap my head around it. You see, when you say women are impressionable, I really receive that. That's not to say women are dumb. When men hear that, sometimes they interpret that to mean women are dumb, and they try to treat them accordingly. Impressionable is neither negative nor positive. It can be weaponized against a group of people, obviously. That's why we will say women are vulnerable, right? That's the way I see it. It doesn't mean women are weak. It doesn't mean you get to commit these grave offenses against women, because the funny thing about them, it comes back and bite you in the butt. And because of the same argument you're about to make as an Anton, you're going to be called out for it, and you're going to go end up in jail all by yourself. So you don't have the luxury of, oh, she did it too, he also did it. You don't have that luxury when you are the man in the equation. So it's completely a bad idea to appease men. It will backfire. It will work against them. We have our own vulnerabilities too. One of them is the kwekus. So what we're telling you, watch yourself. Stop leaving the autonomy of the direction of your life in the hands of the women you deal with. You have a bunch of women in a setting where they're doing freak-offs and they are consenting to it. You are in an exposed environment. It's not a controlled environment. Anything can happen as far as 30 years later. And then you come back here and then you do chalaye and say Allah is always blaming men.
Explain, because no evidence.
Remember, women are impressionable. So you follow them into your grave if you don't use your own senses as a man. Yeah, she was consenting to it. She had moments she was consenting to it, but at some point she said no. So I wasn't sure. That moment when she said no, that was it. By the way, it might be too late. If you have enough of those, if you find yourself in a situation where you've done it with too many women, you're exposed. It's too risky. Now you become an easy target for a prosecutor to put you away for the rest of your life. God help you not have that kind of money or that kind of power. You're a Diddy. It's over. You're somebody's career. You're still busy facing Cassie. No, your enemy is the prosecutor. If you want to face anybody, you better be fighting that prosecutor. You better make sure your defense is strong. Fighting Cassie is too late. That $30 million is never going to fix the trauma that she has to face. Oh, she wasn't a victim because she collected $30 million. No, the $30 million proved that she was a victim. That's what's a proof. But it's not really the truth. But you know how these things work. It's a settlement. Yeah, I know. It's still what it was. But Anton is still talking. I'm sure he's still going to say something interesting.
It's crazy. This is crazy to me.
I want to walk you through just some of the instances that Cassie brought up when she testified today. One time she said that she and her girlfriends, they went to Prince's party. Yes, the musician Prince. Diddy was there. He didn't know she was going to be there. He got angry and she said, quote, "He beat me up." She said that after they broke up, they went to Prince's party. Yes, the musician Prince. Diddy was there. He didn't know she was going to be there. He got angry and she said, quote, "He beat me up." She said that.
So she went to a Prince party, didn't know Diddy was going to be, and then you beat her up. Guess what? You don't have the right to put your hands on anybody. Well, but she beat her up too. Well, I know. You could explain to her. You have evidence? Was she the aggressor? You have evidence? Well, now, with respect to the actual case that's going on, the case that's going on right now, see, when it gets down to it, the hurt is a feminine thing. Okay? You know how women, part of their feminine attributes, when they have an issue with you, they're not going to stay focused on that one issue. Remember that explanation? Who shared that video here once upon a time? And then I shared the video with how men have their issues in one box or separate boxes. Their favorite box is the empty one. But women have issues in every box, and all the boxes are connected. So if there's one issue, and they bring up that one issue inside that box and you think it's over, no, they're going to bring up all the other issues that remotely sound close to what we're dealing with. Even if they justify the connection, even if it's not really connected, they would justify a connection between the two issues. That's just what it is, okay? It's part of the attributes that we love the most, when we make everything beautiful because of one moment of good feeling, right? It's the same thing. It's neither good nor bad. It's, do you know what to do with it? That's what it comes down to, right? So the same thing with the earth, right? Or the very experience of humanity, right? It's messy. That's why we try to put structure in it, right? It's very messy. If you have one issue that comes up, like for example, the feds file a case against you, and now, Ola, you said the case was closed. Why are they bringing it up? Because it's messy. Remember, there's an enemy against you now. It's called the federal prosecutor, right? And the goal here, it's not personal, not to them, to you it is. The goal is to bring you down. The goal is to make you a scapegoat. No, it's not. It's not. You don't have to be a scapegoat. As long as they can put it on their resume that they're the one that put Diddy away for life. That's what it comes down to. Guess what they're going to have to do to make this? Sometimes they will make it muddy first. They will create a bunch of mess. And then they will get to work and try to separate it. And then the goal is to justify a path to putting you away for life. Sometimes they have to bring everything together first in order to make that happen. So you might say, what does that have to do with anything? Well, they're bringing everything. They're bringing Cassie into it to make one single point. Forceful behavior, cohesion. They're still going to bring the bribe into it. Already, the security guy already testified that he waved a bundle in front of him, trying to bribe him. We already know that some tapes at a hotel disappeared. Suddenly, the hotel settled. They gave Cassie $10 million, right? So there's a lot of bringing all the mess into it and then separate is all part of the game. This is why I tell you, as a person of means, man or woman, if you have anything valuable, worthwhile that you need to protect, for example, your body, for example, your relationship life, make sure that you're doing things within a controlled environment. When you're exposed, the more people you're exposed to it, the more messier it gets. You're dealing with all these different, they call it spirits. Some people call it Some people will now bring into this conversation, what do you call it? Soul ties. You're dealing with all these different things, right? It just gets messy and messy. It's just that much harder. It's math. It's not that deep. It's not that spiritual either. It's all spiritual, by the way. It gets very muddy, very messy. It gets more difficult for you to be in control of your life, to keep things under control. So imagine if you get hit with a messy situation, it gets that much harder to bring things back up together. And by the way, any one case can completely destroy you. So if you're a person of means, you have things to protect. You have an empire, a household, a family to protect. These are things you need to understand. You need to keep your household in order. In order to keep your house in order, hopefully you haven't created too many mess all over the place. Because if you have, it gets more muddier, it gets more messy. I'm speaking from experience. My experience obviously is not women or having children all over the place. But I'm speaking from experience. I've had other aspects of my life where I just made too much mess all over the place. The same principle applies. So it gets harder and harder to bring things. Sometimes you have to shut everything down. That's when you shut it all. Some people will call it you go to solitude. Some people will call it you just shut everything down so that you can start from the beginning. You have to build from scratch again. You have to set up a new foundation. When it comes to marriage, we preach the same thing. That marriage, that one you had that was messy, is over. You might end up in a new marriage with a new person or with the same person, but it's still a new marriage. If it's not a new marriage, you're probably going to replicate the same problems that was there before. Right? And that's why you see people go in circles. They go in circles. They don't know that they have to go back and set up a new foundation. They're literally trying to build on the bad foundation. Right? They might go to a family meeting. They say, okay, this marrying here is finished. It's not finished. But I thought it was finished. Yeah, another human being was involved. They lied to you. They were trying to make it finish. They just couldn't. It gets muddy. I digress.
But after they broke up in 2018, that he raped her in her living room at her home. She also said that it wasn't just her, that one time he held one of her friends over the balcony on the set.
We already talked about that. I just want to get Anton's commentary. We already talked about that. Let's see here.
Lost that friendship. So came up about November
2023. That's what started this domino effect of the civil allegations
against
Sean Combs. Now, in her lawsuit, she alleged this, incident. He got
of what we heard today with the
he's being charged with unlawful activity. There's plenty of unlawful activity, but that's not the things that he's being charged for. He's not being charged for domestic violence. He's not being charged for
wait, let's go back.
Testimony. Only one thing that somebody in the chat says, Clips 914 says, 80, there's only one thing that matters here, brother. And that is if any of the testimony or evidence produced proves that there was any unlawful activity. Let's not forget the point of the trial. No, that's not what it's for.
No, actually, that person is right. The last phrase that person said is what matters. Do not forget the point of the trial. You're making it about Cassie. You're falling for the same thing that the defense cannot afford to fall for. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're falling for the same thing that the defense, Anton is falling for the same thing that the defense cannot afford to fall for. You sit down there and end up defending a case that has been closed, which is Cassie's case. As opposed to say, find ways to mitigate the fact that this guy is a violent guy who, if he's not in control, will do anything to get his way. That's the point they're trying to prove here. It's not about Cassie. It's not about Cassie. Black Diamond said, what's with all these golden showers and mouths? Don't you people have toilets in the America? Are you not in America? Stop it. Okay. She wasn't the best witness, but her testimony laid the groundwork for the violence he was capable of. That's all. Bringing her up first, I would hope that they have something better than Cassie. To your point, right? I would hope so. Because if this is the best they can come up with, then it's not looking good. All right, so I can expect that they're still going to throw some kind of curveball in the mix. But already people like Anton are falling for it. They're getting emotional about the ideal of a Cassie, a woman who will come into your life, take your resources, and then put you at harm's way. And now she's claiming that case is closed. Focus. Why? ask yourself, why did I bring this case into this? And tackle that point and don't tackle Cassie, because if you tackle Cassie, you will be proving to them that you are violent, that you are supporting. You're basically proving to them that this guy is violent. That's what you'll be proving. You'll be working against yourself. No husband will be happy. No husband will be happy in such situation. Their marriage is on a shaky ground. It's crazy with all the attention going on right now. I just hope he has the strength. They've been dealing for 6 years now. They must be going through it, but I wish them the best. Yes, Marriott, because in that they probably have the best part of their relationship in the past for now. Hopefully they will create some new experiences and then start to enjoy again. But this moment right here is going to be shaky because they're humans and he's human, right? And he wasn't there when she was being peed in the mouth. That's going to be rough because people like Anton are going to keep painting that picture. And if he's a kind of guy that's kind of curious and is all over the place, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Please don't even know what the charges are. People don't even know what the charges are. He's trying to shut it down. Like somebody's trying to bring it up, like pay attention to the trial. And he's like, no. But let me hear what's about to say though. So ignorant, the statute of limitation has passed for DV. Oh, that's another angle. And the case is not DV. Okay. Same thing, MOP. And I've been pointing out. God help us. You're in Germany, I forgot. Yes, you are in Germany. I remember you said that before. We don't do golden showers. Black diamonds. Please. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Not having it. I'm not gonna have you. All right, let's keep going here. Let's hear what he has to say.
It's not to prove if it was any unlawful activity. There's plenty of unlawful activity, but that's not the things that he's being charged for. He's not being charged for domestic violence. He's not being charged for being jealous. He's not being charged for drugs. He's not being charged for any of this stuff. He's being charged for racketeering. Okay? And he's also being charged for trafficking.
Okay.
Meaning that he's bringing people across state lines against their will in order to bust them down. Those are the things that he's being tried for. Those are the things that they're trying to convict him of. Let's remember exactly what it is. It's not about any unlawful activity. It's about whether or not he's actually doing things against the law that would substantiate whether or not he deserves the charges that's being levied against him on a federal level. Right? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. So if you're telling me that her getting peed in the mouth or whatever, as nasty as it is, that they got a whole bunch of baby oil, that she made some phone calls and they got some people in there and they busting it down for real and they having freak offs and all of this stuff. I don't see it.
All right. So if you remember when I was reading from LA Times, they actually spelled out some of the signs, some of the things was it LA Times or the AP Associated Press? They actually spelled out some of the things that they would look for in this kind of case. And D and Marriott maybe can help me a little bit more. Obviously, they're looking for a legal entity and enterprise, but enterprise for what? Not just enterprise, right? They're looking for enterprise that's running criminal activities, right? There are many criminal activities out there, stealing, thieving, whatever. What else can be criminal activities? Well, I mean, if you're basically holding, I mentioned it earlier, like a couple of hours ago, holding people against their will, or sometimes they call it kidnapping, obstruction. We talked about that, right? They might look for financial crimes. Clearly, they're not going to make financial crimes the highlight of this. Obviously not. But people are testifying that they threatened to blow up somebody's car, right? Somebody that we saw a whole motion picture of him being violent to his girlfriend in the most horrific way you can think of on video, right? So you're talking any signs of violent crimes. So why won't Cassie be a witness if she agrees to it? Why won't? Now they might bring up copyright and stuff like that. By the way, they might bring up all this type of thing with masters and rights, because recently he just managed to give some of the rights of the masters away to the likes of Mace and some of his. I think 112. 112 was also the handiwork of Diddy. You know, they might bring up stuff like that. They might go bring up evidence of proof of financial crime in his organization and enterprise. But clearly was mixing money with pleasure. They were using a lot of that money to fly in people for prostitution behavior. She's a testimony for flying in sex workers who paid. What was she saying? Get me my money back from, right? From the husband, now the husband, right? Because he paid, he's claiming that he paid for everything. Remember that she took his resources. Remember that same point that's going to be used against him, because now they will have evidence. Now you are shalaing right now, you don't have any evidence, but they will have actual evidence. I'm telling you. So it's saying a lot, but this is the mindset of a lot of people out there right now. People like Anton are using the case to fight proxy gender war. That's exactly what is going on. Say less. It was this year I found out American men are into feet and pee. We're not weird. Stop it. You're in Canada and that's America. Stop it, Marriott. The fear of being used for your non-existent resources. That's it. That's it right there. One of your many resources is your emotional intelligence. If you lack one, you're definitely going to be used. Yes. Yeah, there's going to be a blind spot. A girl is going to come into your life. That is a woman that they will use. Woman. Remember Delilah? It's a woman that the devil will use. Last. Remember Shannon Sharp? Remember that young 19-year-old girl? How old is she now? She's still 21, right? That case is still going on, right? That one is dead now because they're talking about Diddy. But thank God it's not criminal. That one is not criminal. But his reputation is gone for now. But yeah. So in my opinion, that's probably the greatest resource you can have: emotional intelligence, critical thinking, right? So if you lack it, then even if you have money, because Diddy is an example, even if you have money, if you lack emotional intelligence, somebody's coming for it. Because at some point, your emotional self-control is going to crumble at some point. All right, man, social media lawyer Anton, what are the mental and physical elements required to prove the offenses you've referenced? That's the question, right? That is the question that needs to be answered by bringing a Cassie into the case. But he's getting lost in the whole thing. He's making it about Cassie, which is, by the way, if they can manage to make the jury fall for it the same way that Anton is falling for it, if they can manage to make that happen, it's going to be bad for him. They're going to send him away for life. So this is a very twisted case, and you have to pick things apart carefully. Obviously, that's why it's a big case. Because even me, I'm getting confused right now already. Okay. All right, so let's get back to it. Let me go back. This is a very good video.
Do he got a demon? Do he got a sex demon on him? A king demon?
But it's does he have a demon? Not do he. Does he have a demon? Do he have a demon? Stop.
100%.
So he got say ekbele and you know you English correct us. I know. We speak better English. It's just the truth. Now that's the truth. That's a fact. Okay. Nigerians speak better English than Americans. Come on. Stop. Like can we like it's okay. Drink water. That cannot be offensive. Nigerians speak better English than Americans.
Stop the cap.
Do he got a demon? I'm done. Let me continue.
A demon? Do he got a sex demon on him? A king demon? 100%.
Do he got a demon? Can your demon send you to life imprisonment? Yes, 100% true. Remember, 2 or 3 or 4, 5 things can be true at the same time. Do she got a demon, Cassie? 100% they were peeing in her mouth. Is that the case on ground? No. No, bro, that's not the case. That case was closed. In fact, she collected $30 million. Your resources, because they peed in her mouth. I'm sorry, I know that's what you're pissed off about, but let's continue.
I don't think that anybody is debating that. I don't believe that anything that they're saying actually justifies the charges that is being levied against them. I just don't.
We'll see.
I just don't. I
We'll
don't.
see.
I could disagree with it. I could think it's immoral. I could never do it myself.
Really, bro? I hope not. But I don't know, right? Just like we don't know. We're just gonna see, right? We don't know what we don't know now.
But do I think that this substantiates racketeering or something like that? I don't see it. I just don't see it, bro.
If you run a bad boy enterprise for 30 years, unless there's no real interest in putting you away for life, there's more than enough evidence to put you away for life. First of all, nobody's business books is clean like that. Nobody. Okay? Nobody. The best of them, they've had to go to jail for 6 months. Remember Wesley Snipes? Had to go to jail for 6 months just because they forgot to pay a bill, a tax bill. The accountant they pay, the feds say, oh, well, sorry, not the feds, the IRS. They said, well, sorry, you're going to jail. Go to jail for 3 months, 6 months. Right? Do he got a demon that make him not pay the bill? That's not how it works. You're exposed. When you make some certain amount of money or you become very powerful, one of the works you have to do is figure out what are the threats. As much as you're figuring out you're a hustler, I get what I want. You have to pay attention to what are the threats, potential threats against my enterprise. Do we got a demon? Sometimes you are your own worst demon. Sometimes it's just you. Sometimes it's a real demon, like the type from, like the type from Uncle Bendo's village. None of those demons exist. We are our own worst demon, and you'll be responsible and you'll be accountable. So if God has blessed you, to whom much is given, the scripture talks about, to whom much is given, much is required. And it's not about perfection, it's just to be aware. Okay, you're not going to be able to beat all of them, but if you're that reckless and you're peeing in people's mouth when there's a bunch of people watching and there's videos and you're blackmailing people with such videos, the day the person get enough courage to say, you know what, I don't care about life anymore, that's the day you're done. Because now the one thing you're holding against them, which is life, dignity, if you take it away from them, at some point, one thing is going to beat the other. They're going to be like, that's it, I'm done. And then you come onto the internet, you be doing shalaye, talking about you don't think it's justified. We don't know. What we don't know is what we don't know.
We go explain, because no evidence.
We know what justifies what when they're done with the case. He said he believes that he can get away with this. All right, let's see. May the best player win. Yeah, this is a game. Yes, this is Feds versus Diddy, PD, Love, Sean Combs. Not Cassie, because Cassie already won. Well, in terms of civil lawsuit, she already won. I wish her the best, just like Diddy wished her the best, right? Let's continue.
So no, I disagree with you 100%.
Testimony.
It's emotional. It's a lot of crying. And I don't...
feelings. Let's talk about the feelings. Let's stop bringing the feelings. Let's not bring in the feelings.
Explain, because no evidence.
These people swear up and down. They're more logical than the feds. They're more logical. It's emotional. It's a lot of crying. What do you think the feds is going to use against you? The facts. What do you mean facts? The crying, the emotions.
He shock you.
You never see anything yet. You never see anything yet.
I don't even believe what she's saying. I don't believe 100% what she's saying.
Correct, of course. The prosecution.
You don't believe what she's saying. Interesting.
Get out. Why she was.
Do we have to believe? That's not relevant. We saw a video. What else do you need to believe? What do you need to believe? He literally admitted to being peed in on the mouth. What do you need to believe? What do you need? What else do you need? You need to believe. Believe what? What she say? What did she say?
Choosing to testify. And I tell you, people were leaning in at that moment to see what she would say. Why?
No, I want to hear Anton.
and very
Anton. I want to hear Anton.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
Return the money.
Return the money.
Wrong, and I'm here.
Does that sound like Daddy Freeze for a second there? Daddy Freeze said, you don't collect money, which is a very bad offense, but you don't collect money. The money and the offense, one is a means to the other in terms of the case. But in reality, when it comes to the traumatic experience of both of them, by the way, there's no amount of money. That's the whole point of this. There's no amount of money that's going to buy you dignity. Money can only go so far. Money goes a long way, don't get me wrong, but it can only go so far. If anything, that should be the lesson here. Return the money. This ninja said return the money.
You are a mumu man. You doing what?
All right, let's continue.
To do the right thing. That's
Well, then return the money.
Return the
'Cause
money.
You didn't earn none of that. Return the money.
I tell you who earn every penny of that. The attorneys. The 10% the attorney is going to collect. It's absolutely earned it. You're a target, not particularly of the girl. Stupid. You're not a target of necessarily the girl. There are forces of evil against you. The higher you go in this society, the more powerful you become. The more arrogant, especially, the more prideful you become. You become your own enemy more and more and more. You become a target of not just one entity, one person. There are attorneys cooking stuff again. If you don't keep your house in order, not just attorneys, by the way, because somebody's going to be like, why you always talk about like, it's not about the attorneys. It's about the forces of evil against you. If you're a nobody, you live in a cave, you don't have to worry about anything. If you're a somebody, there are threats, and you have to pay attention to them.
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Right. Because I didn't see no criminal case. That was created by the feds. That was created on a federal level. That had nothing to do with you whatsoever. You filed a civil suit. Then return the money. Then do the right thing and go and get a job and take care of business and stop feeling like you're entitled to money that you didn't earn. Return the money. You know, miss me with this holier than thou.
It ain't gonna happen. This literally, that's exactly what I'm preaching against, Anton. You're not holy. Stop it. You're not a good guy. Okay, you are a good man. No, sorry. You're a good man. Let's take that back. You're a good man. Get off the high horse. You're not as holy as... Okay, you are very holy. It's irrelevant to how this world works. It's absolutely irrelevant to what we're dealing with. You should be a good person. That's the bare minimum. You owe yourself that. You should be a good person. But your expectations must be managed. Because what do you mean by good? What do you mean exactly? Can you be a good person so badly that you start to have enemies because you're a good person? Think about it that way. Is that possible that somebody just look at you? This one always think is fat doesn't stink. This one thinks, who does he think he is? Can you start creating enemy just because you seem to be a good person? So imagine Imagine, as a guy that's always been imagine on TikTok, imagine if you are reckless, right? It's not relevant. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Get off this holier than that. We're trying to tell you that you're not holy. And stop it. We're trying to tell you that there's a game being played here. You just call it the feds. The feds, the prosecutors, they're just trying to go. Guess what they are? The enemy. They come to do what? To destroy, devour everything in their path. Guess what they're going to use? People in your closest circle, yes. Even if they don't intend to destroy you, they can still be used by the enemy. The lesson is deeper than, return the money. What money? Money that can be made back. You can lose money. You can raise money. You can raise money like this. You can put money in crypto like this. It can disappear because the society is angry at crypto. They feel bearish, and the money is gone. And if you're productive enough, you gain the money back. You can replenish money. You can recreate it. It comes and goes, right? Money. That's just a symbol to say, okay, this person won. They got compensated. It's literally called compensated for the damages. And you're calling it, they didn't earn it. See, some people really do think it's their hard work only that determines what we call earning some type of money. It's so far from reality. It's so far. There's a lot more things that goes into earning money. Sometimes just because you're good at the game. Sometimes because you end up on the right side of history. You made a good bet. And then it worked in your favor. Sometimes. Can she repeat that? Probably not. She's not going to get another $30 million. So this kind of money is a windfall money. How long is the money going to last? But why does it really matter? It has nothing to do with nothing. It's just a way to say, okay, that's how they measure for civil lawsuits. There's damages, you pay up. It's actually the judgment, right? So you pay up because you created damages and then they won. If you have a good defense, go and fight it. If you don't have a good defense, it happened. People do settle sometimes. Why? Because you have a lot more to lose. Is that fair? Yes, it is still fair. In the real sense of fair. If you say it is not fair, I understand you. I know where you're coming from. But in the grand scheme of things, is that fair? Yes, it is. Because you live in a society where you've agreed that these are the laws. And may the best player win. So he's trying to tell us that all this holier than thou, you guys think you're holy. No, actually we think we're sinners. You think you're holy and you think you deserve more because you're holy. And I'm telling you, no, you don't. That's all I'm saying here. Let's listen to this holier than thou thing here. Let's listen to it.
You know, miss me with this holier than thou, she's a victim, self-righteousness. I am not going for it. I look at her as 1B. Diddy is 1A and she's 1B.
Nah, bro, nah. That's a loser mindset. Absolutely, that's it. There's got to be a winner. There's going to be a winner. No, you miss me with the holier than thou stuff that everybody's got to win and everybody's got it. Both of them lost. No, there's a case going on. Somebody's going to be a winner. No, sorry, there was a case. Somebody's going to be a winner and somebody's going to be a loser. Diddy lost. He lost $20 million. Now, those are facts. Get over your feelings, right? So you miss us with all the holier than thou. Oh, okay. Somebody has to be a victim. So if it's not Cassie, then it's got to be Diddy. Are you trying to say that Diddy is a victim? Who is the victim? Okay, never mind your feelings for a second. Let's get over our feelings, remember? Let's get over our feelings. The Superior Court in New York City, the civil lawsuit, who is the victim? Who was the perpetrator? Who was justified? There's an agreement. Well, nobody lost. No, he didn't lose, but he lost because that lawsuit created a cascade of calamities that he has to face now today. Okay, because I think that case was the trigger for a lot of things, but they had been watching him for a long time. Don't get that twisted. Don't get it twisted. They had been watching him for a long time. Just know this and know peace. All right. This man is dumber than I initially thought. Oh, it's a smart, intelligent YouTube guy. I can learn a lot about YouTube from Anton. I'm terrible at YouTube. Cassie earned it. She's supposed to get more than that for all he put her through. You are a good person? Okay. Have a chocolate chip cookie on me then. Wala. Olurebi, welcome. It says, MOP, do you think Diddy will go down alone without mentioning others? He can go down alone because he runs an enterprise called Bad Boy Enterprise and he was the commander-in-chief of it. he can go down alone. If it's never happened before, he can be the first. There's a first for everything. A lot of people are saying, well, when you say something is racketeering, it has to be many other people. There's a first for everything. Anything is possible. If they were going to name anybody in this case, I think they would have named them by now. And I think if they name anybody else, it will be because it's significantly important that they name that person. But I think he's just going to go down. They might also be looking at it from a holistic standpoint that if this guy goes down, a lot of these people, their livelihood depends on him. They've gone down already by default. By now already, they are feeling the pain already. So they might also look at it that way. And the feds, there's a human being behind it. It's called a prosecutor. That person might just be interested in one person. For all I know, that person might just be an enemy of Diddy from sometimes in the past. I don't know. Diddy was a big guy in New York City. Diddy had the key to the city. So I don't know what kind of enemies. Remember what I was saying here is that I'm not even saying it doesn't have enemy. I'm saying you should expect that the bigger you get in society as a person of means, the more you become a target. The Bible calls it forces of evil, principalities, all that kind of stuff. That's what they're talking about. So you have to pay attention to be aware of that. In business, we might call it threat, right? In society, we might call it threat. What are the threats? You become a target. So you have to build forces against that. Just know this, right? As opposed to living recklessly. It's not enough that you collect young girls' phone for mobile phones at the door. It's just not enough. It's not enough that you sign NDAs. Okay, if prenups can be cracked open and thrown in the garbage, NDAs can probably be thrown in the garbage. Remember what it comes down to when it becomes the feds against one person is protection of people and properties. That's what it comes down to. So if they have to destroy an agreement to make that happen, then so be it. They will protect it for as long as they need to protect it. In civil cases, they will protect identities and things like that, but only to a certain extent. If it comes down to it, guess what Jay-Z did? They say, lower, they conceal somebody's identity. It's like, no, open it. Open it. Why open it? He made a good case. They opened the person's identity. I didn't follow it all the way, but something like that happened. And if he didn't have enough, they won't open it because it's civil, right? So, was Jay-Z innocent? No, it's not about that. That's what I'm trying to tell people like Anton. This is not about your holiness. You're preaching to the choir. We need to be preaching the same thing to you. That this is a vicious, cold world, especially for you men. You cannot afford to follow women. You cannot afford to compare yourself to women in any angle you want to think of it. You cannot be saying, what about them? You can't do that. You're not a woman. Even if you try to become one, it won't count, because Trump might enter office 4 years later and say, cancel it, cancel all that shit. Cancel. There's only 2 genders. You're not a woman. So stop comparing yourself. The only way you can protect yourself against a woman is to be a man. The only way to protect yourself against women is to be a man. Everything else is not going to work. It just gets worse. You get caught up in your feelings, it just gets worse and worse. Then you sounding like Anton on the internet. It's not a good look. Return the money. What money? The money is gone. It's spent. The money is spent already.
1A and 1B. That's what I look at it as. I don't see it any more than that.
That's how her testimony ended today. So a very powerful note. And to your point, you said this just a few moments ago. Now the jury went home. They are sleeping on that final note before cross-examination starts.
Yeah, I'm not going for it again. I'm just not going for it. I'm not going for it. I'm not hitting it. And I'm going to say it again for the people in the back. I know that people not going to like it. They're going to say, Ensign, no, you always for men.
Let me guess. Because Anton is always speaking the truth. A truth teller.
No, I am for our legal and our justice system actually getting it right. And they getting it wrong over and over and over and over.
Nah, this is a bad example. Now, Anton, you need to fight for one of those kids that was picked up on the streets and they threw them in jail for the last 30 years. That's what you need to be fighting for. Not Diddy. Not Diddy. I'm going to end with this one. This one right here. We're going to end with this one. Let's see. Yay.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson.
I like O'Shea.
Back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. One of the most unaccountable people that I've ever seen, I would say in the last 20 years, it has to be Chris Brown. We all know what Chris Brown did with Rihanna, and ever since that situation, his career has kind of been like ups and downs. You know, he's kind of been banned from like the Super Bowl or big time.
Maybe we might tackle
he has
Chris Brown soon. This is crazy.
Minutes. I think he sold out Johannesburg within like 1 hour. The whole thing.
Sold out Johannesburg in 1 hour. That's a lot of power. Forget the money. That's a lot of power. For the typical human mind, if you don't have resources in place to mitigate the negative downsides of that, you're going to end up in a ditch badly. Power is supposed to be a good thing, I guess. Success is supposed to be a good thing, but oh, it's gonna be bad for this boy. It's not looking good.
Okay. And you know, Chris Brown, he's always crashing out. All right. Basically having problems. And because of that, he's been doing a lot of tours overseas. You know, Amsterdam, the UK. He makes
Let's get to the gist.
He's just been arrested in Manchester over a bottle attack that happened at a London nightclub.
He was arrested in Manchester. Wow.
All right. Now, actually,
at a night, not at the stadium. This dumbass. Why is he at a nightclub? It's not a young boy, by the way. It's no longer young. Let me see how old this boy is. Chris Brown. Chris Brown is no longer young. It's not that little boy anymore. Stop it. It's a big ass grown man. Almost 40. Freaking 40. 36 years old. It's not a boy. It's not a boy. It's a 36-year-old man worth millions of dollars. Multiple millions of dollars. Multiple over and over again. And yet he thinks he needs to show up to a nightclub. How much are they going to pay you at a nightclub? £5,000? What do you want at a nightclub when you're selling out stadiums in 1 hour? That's just stupid. Nothing good is in the club for a person who is worth millions of dollars multiple times over with multiple decades of career. Nothing good is in that space for any grown man. Let's be telling ourselves the truth now. You know, I like tell truth until when it's just wrong. This is self-inflicted harm. Listen.
Actually, this allegedly happened at the Trendy Tape nightclub in central London on February 2023. And allegedly he hit this guy with the bottle. Okay. He punched and hit him on the hip with the bottle, kicked him on the floor as he laid down. And the guy said his knee collapsed. Mr. Dia had been taken to the hospital needing crutches to walk when he was discharged. All right. And he's supposed to be in Britain to perform 10 more dates, actually next month, but now this may not happen. He was supposed to be having a huge show in Tottenham, at Hotspurs in London, with all of the opportunities that I believe I've had or you've had, and despite me blaming somebody else for what happened there, one thing I keep finding out is wherever I go, there I am.
Yes, there you go.
I had some problems, not very many in Poland, but you know, things I could have did better. I didn't.
There you go.
For example, like, you know, I've been living out here for a minute, and sometimes business deals don't go the right way.
Yes.
People are taking advantage of you.
Absolutely.
And I feel like I would always.
It's called being a man.
React.
It's called being a man. Sometimes you make decisions that just goes left. It's wrong. It's sad. It's difficult. You're sad. You're depressed. You pick up the pieces. You dust it off. You get going. You learn from it. You keep going, right? But one thing is true in all of that. Wherever I go, there I am. You point fingers, there you are. You're pointing fingers at yourself. It's just you at the end of the day.
Back to that. And let me just tell you guys something, man. Even if somebody is in the wrong, you don't have to respond to it, okay? Especially if you're Chris Brown. If you ever feel like you need to hit somebody or attack somebody, especially if you are in a foreign country, let me make this clear to you guys, okay? When you are in a foreign country, a country not of your origin, those people are most likely not gonna want to be able to put up with your stuff, all right? I'm just gonna be honest, because you're not at home. You're not in America. You're someplace else. So then the question remains is, why are you doing that when you're not in your homeland? And why can't you control yourself? Why are you a 34-year-old person or a 33-year-old person who is a millionaire and you're having problems? Chris Brown always has these problems, and I'm gonna tell you why I believe he does. It's related to his drug use. Chris Brown can't stop snorting the white Cupid hype, okay? And then Chris Brown don't have anybody around him that could probably tell him, like, yo, man.
Yeah, let's call it today, guys. Let's call it today. You know, I think the lessons are pretty clear here. First of all, the lesson is not just for men, it's for every one of us. If you're a person of means, you have something to lose, you have something you care about, there are threats. Okay, there are threats coming after you. You become an easy target. There are multiple ways you can become an easy target. You can just be ignorant. You can just be looking for enemy everywhere you go. You spend all your energy looking for enemy, you find more than enough energy. That makes you a threat as well. Well, I always say, if you're looking for a red flag, right? If you're looking for red flags and stuff like that, you will find red flags. Not just that, you become an easy target for your own enemy. It's just the way it works. You feel me? It's just the way it works. There's no way around it. It's just it's a weird reverse thing that you need to understand. Okay, it's a very weird dynamic that you need to understand. So what should I do? Not look for my enemy? No. Of course, I don't want to be looking for enemy, because that makes you toxic too. That makes you precisely toxic. There was a young lady that I saw the video the other day. Yeah, I think it's a better video to end with, actually. I saw a video and I shared it with the backstage. I shared that video with the backstage. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm hanging out, guys. Maybe we'll do 4 hours yet? Are we about to do 5 hours? Let's see. Let me go into my watch later. I think I have it inside of my watch later. I think I was going to do a separate video on it later on. Maybe I might. If you guys want me to dissect the video, I'll come back and dissect it. But there's this young lady in this video. Let me see. I hope I can find it. Let's see. What was her name again? Sade Solomon. I think she was Sade Solomon or something like that, right? Sade Solomon. Is it Sade Solomon? Can't think now. I think so. Yes, I found it. Yay. This video right here. This young lady. She's gathering a lot of views on this video. So it's obvious to me that she's hitting a nerve somewhere. This video right here. Let's play it.
Here I talk all. How do you know your church is a cult? Hey guys, it's Sade and welcome back to my channel. If you are new around here, I talk all things Jesus Christ, really helping you to build intimacy and a relationship with the Lord. Consider me like your sister.
How do you know if your church is a cult? Is the name of the video. All right, so obviously the church is not perfect, but when you're a person of means, meaning you are a wholesome person on your own and you have a lot to lose and all you want to do is point fingers, you struggle with accountability, man or woman, doesn't matter. Yeah, you collect, basically. Okay, because you need to understand that there's a lot more at stake. Listen to this.
And it's been a year and we're still sitting.
She was taping her pastor and she came out with quote unquote, this is an example of evidence. Listen to this.
Like that doesn't sit right in my spirit.
So when everybody, I have a whole list of people that supposed to
That's,
get the pledge.
but
and
that's
they
not,
didn't.
that's not, that's not what you said to
I
us.
went before the church several times in my business meeting, because I can bring my Bobby and the secretary, after that business meeting, I address the issue. Anytime we collect money for a certain project, it gets done. I would not get the boiler, because we have to buy a boiler, put piping in the building in order for us to get the proper heat. I say we'll wait until we get the loan. We haven't gotten the loan yet because we.
In the inside, they were decrepit. In the inside, they were wicked. And that's what it was all about. So then he began to control the way we dressed, right? My skirt was never long enough. My makeup was always too much. My earrings were it was always something. My earrings were too gaudy. I wore the wrong color lipstick. I shouldn't wear lipstick, can't wear makeup. There was just so much to where he got fed up and now he made us wear a uniform. I had to wear all black for 3 years, if that.
Because I have.
All right, so they had to wear all black 3 years.
Shoes, no earrings, no makeup. This is what was going on in that church. And because we were visiting other churches, I literally wore black like almost every day because I also worked in retail. And I remember when I finally left that church, I remember throwing away every black item I had because I didn't want any memory of what I experienced there. Worship.
All right, you can see her voice shaking. She's almost about to cry. She's the victim of a church. All right, so if you guys want me to discuss this, she said a whole lot. A lot of things that God said, God said, God said, God said, God said. At that point, I said she's a manipulator. Okay, she's actively manipulating the audience. Okay, and when I looked in there, because one of the places I always look in, I would like to see how people respond to that, because sometimes looking at the comments would tell me if I'm also caught up in my feelings, because sometimes I will interpret things with feelings. Because I am a human being too, right? I have my own biases. You can call them biases, right? So I looked here. So this person now said, sometimes what we think is the voice of God is not God. I think that person also was tired of hearing God said, God said, God said. So when that person said it, let me see if I can refresh this. Open now. You go open now. The thing is not opening. Let me refresh.
Neck, long skirt, black stockings, black.
All right, so let's go back to the comment. So there you go. So, and then she answers the person, says, sorry, that's your experience. Wait, you said God said. We're talking about the God said. That cannot be stuck in experience. Because, you know why? Because when people hear you say God said, they literally believe you. They believe you. Right? So you know exactly what you're doing. It's like Diddy saying, but you wanted my resources, you wanted to be with me, so it must be okay for me to violate you. No, that's not okay. No, it's not okay to say God said, if you haven't done enough work on yourself to be clear that God is speaking. A lot of 99.99%, including your pastors, when they say God said, it's them saying it. But it's not people vulnerable enough to hear God said, and then they lean in and they believe it wholeheartedly. And it might not be what will work for them. So it's strange. The point I was trying to make there is I want you to understand that you become an easy target if you're a victim, always. If you're a perpetual victim, you become easier and easier target. Also, if you lack accountability, you become easy target. That's two, right? If you're a victim, you become easy target. If you lack accountability, you become easy target. Okay? If you are reckless, right, which is a function of that's a word I'm looking for here. If you're a reckless, but let's say you're a powerful person like Diddy and you just don't know when to stop, right? Yeah, it's probably it's a function of one of the issues that creates that is lack of critical thinking. Now, P. Diddy was very young when he got rich, when he got money. So it's almost like it's a windfall. He got exposed. Then at some point, his bad behavior took over and he would basically coerce people into doing business deal with him, obviously. So if you have a 19-year-old signing a business deal with you, a 10-year deal with you, and then you're kissing them in the mouth at 21 when you're age 37, there's nothing that look good about that. But then, what is the female in this case? The audience loved P. Diddy. They were inspired by his success. In the midst of all these white people, you're a successful black billionaire. So people let you get away with a lot of nonsense. So you follow them. So a woman can, as a man, let me use the gender thing, right, as an example. She will let you get away with a lot if she really likes you. You can't follow that. You have to stay aware. You have to be aware. That's what it means. Sometimes it gets taken out of context. That's what it means when we say don't follow a woman. That doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to your woman. If you're married to a woman, you better be listening, unless you're being stupid. That's two different contexts. But if you're in the name of, oh, because women just like money, they like bad boy, and then you are following that in your rhetoric, Baba, you are lame. You're lame. That is lame behavior. Precisely. But women to allow it, you don't have that luxury. That's a very, very stupid thing to say, as a matter of fact. I'm sorry. So we're just going to leave with this scripture here. It's one of my favorite scriptures. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. I interpret that as your own idea of facts and logic, or tangibles, physical, like the things that are easy for primary one children to say, oh yeah, 1 + 1 = 2, and that's where you're stuck. You're not wrestling against this basic stupid logic stuff. You are literally wrestling against feelings and emotions. The major one is your own feelings and emotions. That's the major one, not other people's feelings and emotions. You can't even understand other people's feelings and emotions if you don't understand yours. That's part of the formulas inside of emotional intelligence. You need to understand yours first. You acknowledge, first of all, that you are one emotional being, and then you learn how to listen to yourself. Before you run around the streets talking about God said, God said, God said, God said, running your mouth, trying to manipulate other people. It's not going to work. Because eventually you tell on yourself and people can pick you out. Sometimes it's criminal. Sometimes it's a simple case of, I'm dragging you on YouTube because you chose to be a YouTuber with no sense. Shout out to that girl. I don't mean to attack her. Just the ideas is wrong. It's wrong. She tried to come and drag the church. If you want to drag the church, make sure you have something solid. Make sure you have something solid. You cannot go to a church with your 2 legs and then come out and say they made you wear uniform. Don't go there now. But I was traumatized, so I always follow. Okay, then hold yourself accountable. Say it out loud. I'm accountable to myself for going there. Okay, I've learned. I'm not going to go there anymore. I'll use my senses next time. But to come out and do a whole YouTube video because you know some people will feel that same way, and then you're dragging the whole church, like, come on. So exposure, people are going to be exposed at all angles. It's still 2025, right? What's his name? Cat Williams said it. In different angles, people are going to be exposed. The exposure may not be a Diddy type of thing. It might just be at your own level. It might be a financial situation that you're going through. Your bad behaviors are going to be exposed, and you better face it squarely and know that there's something that you need to learn. You need to be accountable. You need to say, yes, I don't know shit. There's something I need to learn. My relationship is not where it's supposed to be. Clearly, there's something I need to learn. My health is not what it's supposed to be. I need to stop giving excuses. I'm just a big boned person. That could be true, but it's also be true that you're terrible at managing your health. Those two things can be true at the same time. You're not fighting flesh and blood. You're fighting against principalities, powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. I might do another session one day where I'll go through the whole chapter to make it make sense. I just don't want to turn it to a religious anything here, because I'm not really a religious person, just so you know. I just love certain scriptures in the Bible because they just makes way too much sense to me. But yet, the people that haven't really studied it, you see them running around the internet talking about God said, God said. I don't study the Bible that much, just so you know too. D said, but your hair is black, sister. She was running away from everything black. Problems. Do me a favor, guys. We did a good one. I want to say a quick shout out to everybody. Thank you, D. Thank you to Uncle Beno. I saw you earlier. Marriott. Life with Natu. Black Diamond. Oluremi, I see you. Who else? About just 5 of us, right? That's about it, right? And I saw a new name here somewhere earlier on. Let me see if I can dig it out. Shout out to D. Shout out to D. I appreciate you, D. D was involved. D, must be your day off. If you're watching this as a replay later on, make sure you share this. Please share it, share it, share it, share it, share it. Thank you so much. That goes a long way. Now, I will try not to be so far away. I'll try not to be too far. Shout out to Babes Wind. I appreciate you, Babes Wind. I appreciate Antonia, First Lady. Thank you, Antonia. Good to see you. Yeah, that was a shout out to StreamYard for giving us the platform. Take care. God bless. We'll see you at the very, very top. If you're looking for me as a coach, relationship, marriage, marketing, business, all of that, just go into the description box. You can download my books for free there, and then we'll take it from there. Okay, you can reach out to me through some of the links. You get access to my email, all that stuff. It's in the description box. Just go to manofprestige.com. Hopefully you've been enlightened, educated. We'll see you at the top. Take care. Peace.
Girl, it's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Make love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.